Welcome to TaleLearnCode. Here there will be tales about software development, learning from each other, code to build solutions. And now your host, Chad Green.
Good evening, good day, good morning, whatever it is for you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for coming in tonight. Hope everyone had a wonderful Monday. An even better weekend, right? Because, you know, that's the time we want to have a wonderful, well, we want to have a wonderful Monday too. So welcome to where I am. Started a little bit early, so sure enough, not sure who all we have already on. I was getting things going. Actually, I was going to try to take care of some airline business, and well, I tell you what, with Delta, I fly enough that I'm a platinum member, and I call the line, the platinum line. I said, yeah, we'll get to you in the next, we'll call you back in 47 minutes. I'm like, 47 minutes? Oh my goodness. So I said, well, I'll go ahead and start my stream, and then when I finish with the stream, I'll call again, and maybe it won't be so busy. So, but welcome. So I'm gonna get back into working on the Lego inventory application that I started last week. I apologize for missing Friday. I just have a little bit of a headache and decided not to stream Friday night. That was the not feeling well enough. And actually, I have not done anything on these Lego things since last Wednesday. Other than I did talk to someone who's builds a lot of Lego and makes a lot of orders, and we were talking about some things. So got a couple more ideas about how I can take this. So let's see here. So sure enough, actually it's kind of funny. Because I really haven't been on the computer as much. That's not true. I have been doing other things. I actually still have most of the windows opened up that I had open Wednesday. Yeah, that's why close windows? Just keep them open, right? Keep them going for all good time. Turn that music down just a little bit. Oh wow. Well, Loka, that's awesome. Thank you. Goodness gracious, thank you so much. Wow, that is awesome. $13.37. I really appreciate it. That's just so awesome. Thank you. Well, there's a great way to start your stream. All right, have one of your regulars tip you, and there we go. Actually, kind of cool how that works. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. That's kind of funny. I just got the eBay notice also. So yeah, I mean, sure enough, I mean, I will say this, and I don't really, I don't push any of that. I mean, it's awesome when people do it, but I mean, there is a tipping page, like you just saw Loka do, and the nice part about that one is, there's no Twitch fees, right? Which is nice. All right. Well, thank you again. I really wasn't expecting that. All right. So sure enough, here's what we're working on. Now, let's see here. I was looking at this just a little bit right after dinner. So this is the concept we were thinking. We were looking at a graph database because there were some benefits of using a graph database because there is some hierarchical lookups that we can be doing. And as I mentioned Wednesday, I mean, I didn't even think about this when I started this project, but I can use this. I really did need a new demo application for when I'm talking about graphs. So it gives me a new one to work on. And admittedly, I'm a big fan of graph databases. I actually have not had a chance to work on graph databases for a while. I tell you forget that syntax. So here's what we were thinking. So you have your you have a set which is of a theme. Themes can have children. So for example, give you an idea of what that would mean. I mean, if we look at like, actually, I'm gonna go to brick set just because it's a little bit easier to go through this. Like if we were to look at here, the medieval blacksmith tower that just came out. This actually just came out today. I do not have this yet, at least. I haven't decided when I get this one. I like it, but it doesn't fit in my city and, you know, and all that good stuff. But anyway, so if you look here, okay, now this, oh, okay, yes. Here you see now, Hector, really good question. I will talk about that. I will definitely talk about. All right, it's funny. Look up. Now this is a pretty bad idea. You know, a theme and a theme group. That's not a good one. Like, let me look at here. The Porsche should have a better theme. Yeah, here we go. So, like, here's what I mean by the themes, right? So, the theme, you have a theme is creator expert. The sub theme is vehicles, right? Because there's also actually modulars, you know, so that's the idea there. Okay, so the question was, what is a graph database versus a regular database? And by regular, I know what you mean by that, but you know what we mean generally by that is a relational database. And the funny part is, my dog is joining me. Okay. Funny part is a relational database isn't actually very relational, despite what you would think, right? Because think about it. When you have a relational database, you know, let's do a little bit of drawing here. What else I got here? Okay. So let's think about this, right? So like I said, I have a set, I have a theme, I have a part, and then those parts have colors and categories. This is not that complicated of a database, right? But in a relational database, this would probably look like, let's see here. You know, we would have a set up top. Let me make this a little bit bigger so it's easy. Well, there we go. And yeah, we would, you know, which would be made up of parts, right? What else did I say here? Theme, part, color, category. Okay. Actually, this might not show it off as well as I wanted to, but let's just see here. Actually, so let's move theme up here. And then what did I say? Color and category. Color, category.
It's someone's lucky day. Thank you for the gifted subscription.
Ryan K. Hawkins gifted a Tier 1 sub to Loka Samasta Sakino Bhavantu. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
Well, Ryan, awesome. Thank you so much. Wow, you guys are on fire tonight. I love this. Which is so awesome. And I love the fact the bot was actually able to say the name, because you know, I just say Loka because number one, if I called it Loka's full Twitch name all the time, I'd be here forever saying the name. But I just love the fact that it actually said the whole name. And you want to hear the pronunciation? I don't know how to get that to play that. Oh, you know what I could do? I could do this. I think. Let's see if we can. Let's see if I can. I think if I do this, let's see here. Oh, not reload overlays. Where's replay on that? That's kind of interesting. Oh, it's just off the screen. Loka's name is so long that the
It's someone's lucky day. Thank you for the gifted subscription.
Ryan K. Hawkins gifted a Tier 1 sub to Loka Samasta Sakino Bhavantu. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
Well, there you go. You know what I'm gonna have to do. I'm gonna have to clip that recording of it saying that name, so that, you know, so I have it whenever I want the full name. Awesome. Both y'all, Loka and Ryan, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. That is just awesome. Great way to start a week of streaming. All right, so I was talking about relational database, and like I said, I'm not sure if this is going to show it the way I want to show it, but okay, so yes, this will show it. So let's think about this. So if we were looking at a relational database, all right, so a set goes to a theme. That's pretty easy, right? And a set consists of one or many parts. That's easy, right? Let's think about color and category is easy, right? Probably, because it's probably one category. But what about color, right? It could be multiple colors. All right, now, actually, in this one, it's pretty well. I mean, so in a sense, what we're going to have here. I mean, this is going to be a relationship, but this is actually going to be a one-to-many relationship, right? And, color could be an array, yes, but we're talking about how it would be. Well, you could store color as an array inside a database. That's not normally how we would do it, though, right? But this, and actually I said one to many. This is a many to many, right? Because many parts can, be related to a color and vice versa, right? And so what normally happens when we need that many to many relationship, what normally happens is we end up creating something like this, right? A parts to color, right? Or actually normally I would call it parts. Actually I would call it part and color, right? Because I normally don't pluralize my table names. So this, now again, this is a very simple database we're looking at here, right? So this is, but right away, we're already seeing where we're having to add some additional flavor into here to, because relational databases actually naturally are not very relational, right? Relations are not first-hand citizens. I have to actually do something like a join table to make this happen, right? Now, Ryan is right. I could store it in an array. The only problem with that is, what if for some reason I need to change that ID, right? In theory, if I need to do an update, I can do update constraints in here. I don't usually do that, but I mean, you could do all that, right? So you have a little bit of that, right? Now, a graph database, and one thing, the thing about a graph database is a NoSQL database, all right? So number one, there is, technically there is no schema. Now, two things. One, I actually don't like the name NoSQL. I think NoSQL really should be called no schema, because that would be a better definition of what it is because basically we're not worried about schemas inside of essentially inside of a NoSQL database. Now, with that being said, though, I argue that a graph database has a schema. It's just not a schema that we think of with a relational database. Because look, I mean, look what I did. First thing I did was I'm like, okay, how are my objects going to look like? And this is pretty normal to start. Now, grant you, it's very easy for me to add on later, but this is something I'm going to think about, later on, right? So here's what happens with this graph database. So same data that I was looking at just a moment ago, all right? But what happens is, now I see a set, and in this, and it's related to a theme, and sure enough, the relationships are named, right? So set is of theme, right? A theme is a child of another theme, right? So that kind of stuff. A set has parts, right? So there's some really interesting some interesting concepts I can do with this, right? On top of it, here, if we start looking at that many-to-many relationship, I just have the relationship, right? I have parts produced in. Hey, Seafields, how's it going? I'm doing awesome. And I need to check out at least your VODs. Every time you message me, let me know you're coming on. It's either the one time you let me know I actually wasn't on the computer, and it was weird because for some reason, I need to look. I need to look at the app. Awesome. It's great to have your weekend went awesome. I need to check my app because why I'm not getting whispers on my, on the phone. But then, like, when you whispered to me Saturday, telling me you were going online, I'm like, well, so am I. Just on my other channel, right, on my Lego channel. So I missed your stream Saturday. Although I noticed, looked like you were maybe you were just finally going online when basically as I was.
It's someone's lucky day. Thank you for the gifted subscription.
Code with Sean gifted a tier 1 sub to C Films. They have given 19 gift subs in the channel.
Awesome. I tell you what, you're all awesome tonight. I really appreciate all of y'all. And that actually goes to both of y'all, both the C Films and to Code with Sean in there. Again, what an awesome evening we're having here. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so I it looked like I saw you. I don't know, even if I got a delayed alert. You followed TaleLearnCode. You want to be the number 2 gift sub leader? Well, dude, you are the gift sub leader on the channel by far. So I think you're fine there. I'll tell you what, I will say, because I was metrics heavy number 2. How could that be? That is weird. All right, C Films, I will come to your question because that kind of goes relating to what I'm talking about here. So I was going to say, so Sean, well, first off, Sean, welcome. Actually, I haven't talked. I talked to Sean Saturday night. Well, via streams. It was funny. And talking about crazy laws here in the United States, I was looking if there was any way that I could send a bottle of bourbon to Sean, because that's awesome to hear. It's good work. Because Sean, I mean, number one, he gifts a lot of subs, but Sean does a lot of things to sometimes your topics are, of course, the topic. It's awesome. This is a chill stream, right? I mean, we're working, but it's also to chill out. But I'll tell you what, it's crazy. So not only does Oklahoma not allow alcohol shipments into the state, I was looking, I was trying to find out the laws, and apparently Oklahoma did suspend some of the laws during the pandemic. But basically what it allowed was for you to have alcohol delivered, but you had to pay. You couldn't pay for it online. You had to pay for it. I'm like, well, that'd be great. Here, Sean. Let me ship some bottle of bourbon to you and then have you pay for it. So you've never had alcohol. Honestly, that's awesome, right? It's funny. I talk about. I do enjoy bourbon. But I admit I don't enjoy getting drunk, right? I've always been, not to say I've never been drunk, but I've always tried to be, well, I put it this way, the way how I've always told my daughter, right? When night I was dropping her off for freshman year of college, and I was telling her, I was like, look, for me to tell you not to drink would be never smoke, me neither. Of any sorts. I haven't smoked anything. But I told her, I was like, look, it would be, be hypocrisy for me to tell you don't drink. I said, but I told her, especially as a female, right? Make sure that you never lose control. All right. So, all right. So let me go back to the relational versus graph database, and also answer C Films and graph databases, and kind of what I'm talking about here. Right. Now, grant you, graph database is not the answer for every database, right? Even this one I debated, right? And to be honest with you, there are some reasons why I wouldn't do a graph database on this, because I'm not going to use enough of the graphing features here, at least not at first. But I think it's enough. And again, I think it's I think because I can build a database that doesn't have too many hierarchies, I can actually use this as a good demo. So what I was showing here, you films, because you might have joined after I started this part of the conversation. So I received a question: what's the difference between a graph database and a regular database? Which I interpreted to mean a relational database, because that's normal what we think about when we say a regular database. And I was showing, like, here's like a schema for what we're doing in a relational database. And I was talking about like this part color, right? So one part has many colors. Well, has one or many colors, right? Because it's a one-to-many relationship, and a color can be many different parts. And so normally, a relational database does not have a way of modeling that. And what we normally do is we create this join table, right? Like I say, I normally would call it part_color or color_part. I normally do part_color because that's the main table in the relationship. At any rate, so you see like that. Now, if we look at a graph database, so here we see that part and we just see that relationship, right? Pardon me, color face. I'm not sure. Ignorance, I'm not sure what the pardon me color face is about. Trying to see if there's something I missed on the on there. Oh, okay. Actually, I was going to wonder if you were stuck in an infinite loop all of a sudden. All right. So for example, all right, if we were to look at like some data, right? So let's say we had a 2x2 brick, right? Actually, let's say a 2x4 brick, right? Which is normally you see a Lego brick, right? That's the symbol of the Lego brick, 2x4 brick, right? And sure enough, now that brick, can be red, can be in, can be in blue, can be in, gray. All right, I've been using Adobe a little bit too much recently. I'm doing the Alt and drag the mouse, and that's that in Adobe that makes a duplicate copy. And maybe we have white, so on and so on, right? I mean, there's all a whole lot. Well, it's one of the cooler colors, coral. Doing some things with coral recently. So we can see all these different colors. Now, sure enough, on a graph database, the way how this looks like is I literally will have a connection here, connection here, connection here, connection here, right? And I'm doing curve connectors because that's normally how you depict them. It's not a requirement, but it's just normally how they're depicted, right? So you would have all the, you have all these different relationships here, right? Something like that, right? And sure enough, I mean, again, this would be, what did I call that label? I said produced in. So produced in, produced in. And so on and so on, right? You can do all of these great things like this, right? And that's something that makes it really, really interesting, right? Because now the relationships are more, it's a first class relationship, because essentially I'm actually doing a relationship for every single thing. Now, I will say its strength is also can be its weakness, right? Because look, I'm also now having all these extra items in here, right? I think So see, folks, to my general answer for that is the more hierarchical your data is, the better off you'll be, right? Because that is where you're going to see more and more benefits out of graph databases. So, prime example, the way how I got started in graph database was, a couple years ago, I was working on this project, and essentially what we had, and legally I'm not even allowed to draw this a whole lot, but we would have something like essentially we would have something like what would we have? Boy, it's been a while. I've forgotten how it was. Oh, okay. We would have something like well, number one, there would be a factory. Well, actually there would be a customer. I make it bigger so it's easier to see. And then then we would have a factory. Actually, we should say a facility. Although a facility might have different parts, but actually, so they would have areas, and then they would have lines, and then they would have I forget what the last area was called. There was another area, stations maybe, I forgot. Right, so I mean, right away, just in how data was depicted to show off how a customer's facility was broken down. Right, I mean, we had all these layers. Right, because sure enough, I mean, we would have multiple facilities with multiple areas, multiple lines and multiple stations, right? And I can't say who the customers were, but but it was things like manufacturers, right? And automobile manufacturers was some of the bigger customers, right? So we would have linear trees. No, not really. Although linear trees kind of, if I remember right, linear trees does use some of the graph theory to build that up, but I could be wrong in that. The point being is, I mean, so we had like this, but then on top of it, we would have stuff like, oh, because then in the station, then there were jobs, right? And then in these jobs, we would have, here, let me just to make this a little bit clearer, get rid of that one. And in these jobs, we would then do tests, right? And the tests were not related to, it wasn't a one-to-one, because these tests were a bigger group, right? And so here's the thing. I mean, we were, depicting this in a relational database was a mess, right? Now, one, because previous developers had made, they had no concept of what relational databases were. So I will say this. Before I went to work for that company, if you ever asked me how many columns could a SQL database, a Microsoft SQL database have, I would have got the answer wrong. All right, because I wouldn't have known the answer, but I would, if I took a guess, I would have got the answer wrong. All right, because I would have said, well, because I would have thought about it, like, well, 255 would make sense, but that seems like too little, so probably 1024, right? It's actually 2048, 2048 columns you can put in a table. The reason why I knew this is because we had one table that when I left had like 1400 columns on it, right? And because they kept on adding columns, right? As something that would trigger, it would actually add a column to this. And the reason was, they really did not understand relational databases. Those columns should have been rows, right? I mean, I remember when I saw that, I was like, oh my goodness, what are you doing? Now, I do also realize a part of it was the system was built originally off of Excel spreadsheets, and then they tried to, write an application around that. And basically, again, someone who didn't really know what they were doing probably looked at the way how the Excel spreadsheet worked. Although even an Excel spreadsheet, I probably wouldn't do as columns, but You know, it probably wasn't. It wasn't 1400. It was probably like 30 at the time, right? So, but so that's where kind of, you know, to answer that, you know, that's where I usually get into. So, well, okay, so my favorite database, well, and again, C-Films, I'm gonna give you the consultant answer, and the answer being it depends, right? It really does depend on. I love document databases, right? So here's the thing. I work on 3 primary database types, right? Most of my work is in relational databases. I do quite a bit on document databases. Although right now, where I'm at right now, we're not doing any document databases yet. I'm working on that. And then I work in graph databases, which actually are essentially a document database with a different way of querying and storing the data, right? But if you were to, you know, gun to the head, hey, you have to pick one, I would say graph databases. I just love the beauty of the graph database, right? And let's see here. Let's see if I still have data to show. I may or may not. Where did it go? Here we go. So like for example, I don't know if I have data in here right now. I may or may not. Okay, yes. So number one, I mean, this is a graph database, right? And I mean, wow, this is a big ball of mud at the moment, right? I mean, there's some beauty in this, right? I'm seeing a visual representation of a whole database right here. Now, granted, it's not a very big database, right? Although I have taken a very big database and shown this big ball where it's so condensed you can't see anything. It's just, you know, and what I show that to stakeholders when they're like, oh, there's not that much data in the database. Well, you know, maybe not, right? So yeah, so that's why I like graph datas. But with that being said, they're not always the right answer. Especially, you know, it is very easy to not do them right, and when you don't do them right, they can be slow, right? Because they separate the data so much, and you have to traverse the different levels. They can be slow if not done right? And I mean, the good part is that's all data structure issue, you know, so it's not but on the flip side, you know, mathematically, you know, graph databases retain their performance, right? Even the bigger the database I get, I retain my overall performance. And the reason being is I'm not having to query a whole database, right? So again, you know, when I look at this, right? I grant you at this point, I query the whole database, but generally I'm not querying the whole database. I'm generally doing something like, let's see here. Like I'm generally doing something like, boy, it's been a while since I've touched it. Well, here, let's put this one where it's a little smaller. You know, I'm generally querying something like this, right? Go to here, you know, and getting smaller. You know, grant you, I could navigate further out, but you know, I'm getting smaller pieces of data at one time. Yeah, excuse me. To answer C-Film's last question, what is my least favorite database? You know, I don't know if I have a least favorite database. I guess my answer is a poorly designed database, right? Look, I mean, even a flat file database can have its benefits, right? Now, obviously, a flat file database can only go so far, right? You know, and that's when it becomes a poorly designed database, right? So I don't know. I don't know if I had, I don't know if I could say, Access actually has some power, right? I was actually trying to look at well, object-oriented databases are cool, but they get overflooded, overflooded so quickly. NoSQL database is a NoSQL database actually is several different things. I will say Cassandra is kind of weird. I wouldn't necessarily use it, but again, I've only done some demo stuff with Cassandra, so it's not really a good. I don't have a good experience with it. And by that I mean I don't have enough experience to really give a value judgment on it. So sure enough, you asked me about Access. Access actually can have its benefits. Look, I've got this database that I'm trying to work on right now. Well, so here, yeah. So Tojo, sure enough, I actually used an Access database not too long ago. All right, I need to track a couple things, and I was starting to do it. I was going to start doing it with a spreadsheet. I think I actually had Excel open up at first. I'm like, hey, do I actually have access to my, because I was getting to the point where I was trying to go a couple layers out, and here I was able to go in here, and create a very simple, not very simple, but simply create a database that has some, I got purchases, I got my parts I purchased in each of those purchases, and I stopped there, but I was even thinking I could add the storage location. All right, so let's see here.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, by Codalog. Thank you so much. Okay, so you are a depends on project person. Yes, I would definitely say depends on the project. Right? I don't think there's any one database that makes sense for all. Right? I will say relational databases come close to the one fits all, right? Because I can number one, because I've been doing relational databases since the 80s, right? Early 80s. So I have a lot of experience with it. So I can make them do pretty much whatever I need them to do. So let's see. So what's the weirdest style database you've worked on? What is it? The wide column databases? Those are kind of weird. Is that what I'm thinking of? Hold on, let me. Well, Redis. Redis is just a document database, right? It's just now the pure Redis. It's just a document database that's stored in memory, right? So and that's not answering my question. I think it was a Y column that I remember when I was doing some stuff. I was like, that's kind of weird, right? So let's see, I saw. Okay, Mongo or Rethink. I don't know Rethink. Hold on a second. I'm kind of curious about Rethink. I have not heard of that one. Open source database for real-time web. Huh. I had not heard of this one before, but there's so many different platforms out there. So, but to Tojo's point, I originally, here's the thing. I was originally going to look at just doing a relational database, and partially because base data that I'm pulling is actually coming from readbrickable.com. And let's see, find this again. Other downloads. Yeah. So I'm actually using this as a base, right? Now I'm not going to use their data structure exactly how they have it, but they actually publish this data, right? So this is data on like all the Lego sets, you know, all the Lego parts, right? And it's free to download and free to use for whatever you want to use it for, right? So, you know, so I mean, I was thinking, well, maybe I'll just do a relational database, right? But you know, honestly, I spend so much time doing a relational database during the day. That's, you know, it's one of the reasons why I like doing non-relational in the evening and for my pet projects. I actually, but that was an idea. Actually, when I started to think about the model on sorry, the quote from Stephen Wright just got me. You know, because I was getting ready to say, on the other hand, you know, but I was starting to look at, you know, how I was going to model it, and I was actually thinking about Cosmos. Well, actually, I was thinking about either a table storage, or you know, Cosmos SQL API, right? You know, document database, which, as far as structure, is the same, is similar. I won't say the same, but it's similar to Mongo, right? So, you know, I was going down that path, right? And, you know, when I was starting to think of what my structure is going to look like, that's when I said, went back to Visio here. That's when I said, well, you know what? Why don't I do this as a graph database? And again, if I was doing this if I was being paid to do this, I probably would stick to a document database instead of a graph database. Although, in one sense, I shouldn't say a graph database. In one sense, like a Gremlin, because that's the technology I'm looking at using, or even Neo4j, right? I mean, they're essentially document databases that are using graph theory, right? You know, in the middle of everything, right? Because as a matter of fact, like in the way how Gremlin stores all this is a document, this is also a document, right? You know, so which, because of that, there's actually an interesting thing I could do. There are some things I can do. You can actually query a Gremlin database on Cosmos using the Cosmos SQL API, as long as you know you need to add a couple of attributes to it. Right? There are a couple of attributes, you know, for example, I forgot, is it just type, or it's like type or document type, or I have to look it up again. It signifies whether it's a vertex or an edge, right? And then for the edges, the document structure is just a slightly little bit different. Other than that, if you know that, you can actually query it that way, which I'll do that a lot when I need to do a lot of writes. What type of databases are hardest to set up and use? Well, okay. I think Redis has some, especially first time, definitely has some learning curves with it, because, you know, it's a different concept. You have to think about it a little bit differently. You have to, any type of cache database, right? Because, I mean, Redis is, you know, I mean, really the better way to think about it is a cache database, right? And when you're thinking about, you know, cache, you know, because there's expirations, there's how quickly does it expire, because you don't want to expire too quickly, but you don't want it to stay too long. How, when do you refresh it, right? There's a lot of questions you have to answer with that. And, so Redis would definitely draw on that line. I would also say, trying to build a new application where you have a legacy application with a very mature database, and even though the customer, whether the customer being your own company or another customer, they know that they want a new database built, right? But because there's so much history built into that database, and so forth. Again, this would be one of those awesome things when I could actually show a database, right? But I'm not going to go show work databases on my stream. But I'm dealing with some stuff, and I'm working. I've got a VP who's a very technical. He built most of the stuff, and I say when he built it, he built some of it. He actually wrote code. A lot of it he built, as in he was the technical manager in charge of it. But he's asked me. He's like, "Here, take this. Here's some of the new use cases that I need with go along with this. Model this for me." And when you look at it, it's like, well, where is this calling come from? Plus, and we're gonna have this debate later this week. I won't say there are no foreign keys. There are very few foreign keys. And there's some reason behind it. I won't publicly state why there's no foreign key or the lack of foreign keys. But there is some. Valid is all in the eye of the beholder, I think, right? But there were some concerns, and that was the reason why they decided to not do foreign keys. One of them. One of which I'll publicly state, it was. They have to do a lot of big data imports. It's a very common thing, right? In this industry, it's common for facilities to change hands, right? And when they change hands, there's a lot of data going in and out. And because I was talking to the data guy, and he's like, "Oh yeah, well, he was telling me about the foreign key thing," and it's like, well, the problem with the foreign keys is when we have them, it gets in the way. These big. I'm like, well, can't we write our queries or work around that? What data type do you use most in the database? Probably it. But I don't think there's anything really unique in the data types, like person to person, right? Again, probably 80+% of databases I write, are for work, right? Probably more than that, and so it's almost always relational databases, and SQL Server in particular, because that's, I've done Oracle and Sybase and all, but SQL Server is where I've probably written 90+% of my databases over the course of my career. They're probably it's followed closely by Varchar, but and it could be the other way around. I'm not so sure. Hold on a second. Okay. All right. Interesting email. To use MySQL, I've done only very little at MySQL, and it really boils down to I've always had.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, it's Sabotage. Thank you so much for joining. I appreciate that. I kind of just have always had the benefit. For most of my good part of my career, where I've had access to SQL Server and being able to use that, right? So I have not used MySQL very little, right? I run WordPress sites, so those are using MySQL, but I'm not doing any management of it, right? MariaDB. I've heard some really good things about MariaDB. I've never looked at it. I don't think I've ever used it, but I've definitely heard some really good things about MariaDB, especially as compared, as a competitor to MySQL. You're trying to add variables to, yeah. So sure enough, for those who know, C-Films is actually working on a. I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. You're on a program, on their own programming language. Which I'm guessing, I don't know if I knew the name before, but I know why you got the name, but McFly, which is, I like that name. That's a good name. So sure enough, it's been a while. I don't remember. There you go, Chocho. I knew. Yeah, I knew there was a reason why there was a link between MariaDB and MySQL. I couldn't remember. I didn't remember that part. Yeah, a lot of people got upset with that. All right, I mean, not one, because it's Oracle, and Oracle. Oh goodness. I mean, look. If you want to ask me what databases I don't like Oracle, right? And it's because of the company. It's not because of the database. Actually, I've had it so long since I've worked with the Oracle database. I don't even remember any of the differences anymore. Yeah, and then oh my God, when you see the bill from Oracle. Let's see, developing a calculator new programming language. Oh, okay, yes. Yeah, I mean, but unfortunately, you know what though? Because Oracle got away with it for a little bit, so long, I mean, like SQL Server is charged the same way, right? You buy SQL Server. I mean, now grant you, I can buy in the cloud a whole lot different, but if I buy SQL Server for a server, right, I have to buy it by the core, right? And we get to thank Oracle for that, right? I mean, Oracle started all that crap. Yeah, and it's as nasty as I'm gonna get on the stream. But really, I hated when they brought that. When Oracle brought that price, pricing by the core. I was like, you got to be kidding me, right? And it was right when we were. Okay, sorry. My stream manager apparently all of a sudden was just really behind. Sorry about that. Just really threw me off there. Something on the side of my screen. But yeah, like SQL Server now has that modeling. Which is what not when you do Azure SQL, right? Now, great, although right now there's 3 different pricing models for Azure SQL, which I find confusing to talk about. And all I'll say is they are looking at a way to improve that. That's all I can say. I mean, one, because what I've been briefed on is what they're thinking isn't what they're going to do, right? I mean, I will say, I was at a session not too long ago, and they were talking about essentially the future of Azure SQL. It's not really what's the intent, but that's essentially what they were talking about. And wow, they got some cool stuff coming. That's I mean, I was just really impressed with what I was hearing. Now, we just got to see if it comes to fruition, right? I will say, anything after, say, probably anything you hear about starting with Ignite, I should say the fall Ignite this year, you hear about SQL Server, that sounds just really, really cool. It probably was part of that discussion that I heard, that I got to hear last week or the week before. So, all right. So sure enough, I forgot who. I mean, I got the question a while ago about the difference between a graph database and a. My mic is really quiet. Interesting. Let me check something here real quick. Mic sounds fine. Okay, well let me just check something. Oh yeah, I mean here, pump. I mean it's up to 100% volume. Let me just. Okay, cool. I mean, I was making sure. I mean, not that I fooled with any settings. Although this, I will say, probably Wednesday, I'll have new equipment, right? And so we'll have to see how well it works on Wednesday stream. I mean, I will. I bought two of them, and one of these mics, and one of them's downstairs, for my Lego streams. And I had an issue with the music, but that that could easily be solved. That that was because I should have dug up my headphone cable so I could listen to it also. So. Hopefully we don't screw things up, but I am looking to switch out equipment. As Sean knows, I'm like an equipment nut. Although in this case, I'm actually selling my existing equipment. I'm replacing it with something else. I'm going a different route. Sounds better now. Okay. Well, I wonder. Sure enough, Tech Workbench, I wonder if maybe there was a little bit of latency going on. Well, usually I fix the video, not audio. That's good to hear. All right. So again, I hope that that answered the question, differences. So again, let's look at where I was going with that. If we were to look at this data again, oh Hector, yes, I couldn't even remember who asked me the question. It's been a while. All right, so again, if we look at this data here, so here's what we've created so far. And again, we're just, what do I think of Microsoft Excel? I think it's excellent. No, I mean, I use Excel all the time. I think it's horrible to use it as a database, and I've seen plenty of places use it as a database. But Excel, I mean, you can do some really powerful things in Excel. I mean, actually, so I do have a small, well, yeah. Excel VBA is
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Yeah, thanks for that follow. I appreciate that. Yeah, VBA, it was a whole nother story, right? But again, it wasn't so much the VBA was bad. It's just that people were trying to bend Excel to do what it was never meant to be. I mean, like the question earlier about access, right? Access in itself is not a bad thing, right? And I'll tell you what, back in its day, I did some pretty cool applications with Access, right? Because we didn't, SQL Server wasn't around yet, right? Because it was still Sci-based at that point. So there wasn't a lower price database, right? So they all have their benefits. what is Excel lacking to be better for storing data? Well, but it's just, that's not its purpose, right? And you know, and that's my big argument about it, right? Now, like I say, I've done some, you know, so, I was getting ready to say, you know, I mean, so I run a little company, right, you know, that runs a conference, right, a technical conference. And for years, I used Excel to oh my goodness. Hold on a second. Is this? Wow. Goodness gracious. All right, sorry about that. That was women's basketball. Louisville just lost big time to NC State. Yeah, Excel is good for reporting data. It's good. I mean, it's great for financial data, right? You know, because again, it is so easy to set up, and you know, once you become a power user, there are some things you can really do with it. You know, and I don't mind Excel so much as for a business to start modeling data in it, right? Here's kind of what we're thinking, doing a little bit of stuff, right? But I mean, you know, I will say the moment you open up VBA nowadays, you probably have gone the wrong way, right? But no, Excel's definitely got its power. All right, so yeah, exactly. It's that so many times we see something that started as an Excel spreadsheet, right? And probably rightfully so. Probably was something very simple, one sheet, you know, and then it grows to 2, and then it grows to 20, and then it grows to 100 sheets and calculations all over the place, and you know, God only knows where everything came from and all that kind of stuff, right? So am I a Lego master? No, I'm not a Lego master. I really enjoy Lego. Although I will say, I'll give you a little bit of a heads up. So, well, talk about timing. I'm talking about the brick channel, and there's the, oh, never mind. I thought that was the timer thing. Yeah, so the Bricks with Chad channel. I actually have new artwork coming. Most of it's done. I'm supposed to get the last set by Wednesday, and actually I'm expecting to hear some things from them tonight. Creo. But I was gonna say the mascot that we built, you know, we working with the, you know, with the designers. Yeah, so they built with some of my input. I've not heard of Creo, or at least I don't remember seeing this before. But you know, we were talking about the name, right? And I will say, you know, the artist was talking about, they were like, well, why don't you use like a Lego Master? I'm like, well, you know, Lego Master is used by Lego, right? You know, it's a TV show, all that good stuff. But like, maybe I shouldn't use that. And actually the name we came up with was the Lego Maestro, right? So the channel is still going to be Bricks with Chad, because actually, not on Twitch, but on like on Instagram and on YouTube, there is a Lego Maestro, which is not an Instagram guy. It's a Mindstorm channel, which I have no idea what channel name. So Creo, no, I have not heard of Creo. I will say, oh, it's from Hasbro though. Interesting, because they have G.I. Joe. I mean, there's some interesting. Oh, okay. No, I have heard of Creo. Who's this Chad speak of? Because of the Star Trek thing. because they yeah, because they're the ones who have because actually I was on something and there, or I was listening to something and there was questions about why not no Star Trek things in Lego, and it's because Creo has the license for it. Now I will say, in the Lego community, there is a general belief that you know, generally you kind of stick with Lego. Okay, this takes me to Hasbro. Come on. Interesting, because I don't see Creo under here. Twin brother, friend, family. Yeah, so something like that. Well, it looks like, I mean, so it looks like right now there are two things that come in Creo, which are, you know, basically Transformers against Hasbro, so that's not a surprise. Not bad, $10. That's a pretty decent price. I don't know how many. Yeah, 75 pieces, $10. That's not too bad of a price. So I mean, so here's long story short about all this, right? So if you, I mean, you look, I mean, you could look and it's like, oh, that looks like Lego pieces, right? Other than the gun. Although Transformers, they might do it because it's fantasy. Lego has this whole thing about they won't do military, right? You know, Lego's patent, you know, or not the, yeah, the patent, you know, expired, right? And so so you can now make, you know, Lego the bricks, right? I mean, that's completely legal. And it's, so there's a lot of companies that do it, right? Now, what is not legal is you have Lepin and yeah, Lepin World. So what Lepin does, and this is why they've been, you know, they've been getting some trouble even inside of China, which is where they originate from. You know, so if you look at Lepin, it's competitive bricks, right? But if you look, like if we look at Creator Expert, number one, they use the same names. They don't even try changing the names, right? Creator Expert, Street View, that's the roller coaster, right? Or yeah, the roller coaster creator, right? Actually, most of these are unique, but this is definitely a Lego set, right? Even, I mean, even the fact, I mean, they got the coaster word in there, right? I mean, this is a pure knockoff of a Lego set, right? And because of that, you know, there are some, you know, that, you know, in the Lego community, you know, that will never buy this because of this. And then there are some talks about how non-Lego just does not seem to have the clutch power that Lego has, right? Yeah, if you look at this, like yeah, Imperial Shuttle, I mean, this is coming out soon. This is coming out March 1st, so they came over there, and then because it's Chinese made, right, it's only $17. I think the Lego Shuttle, I think it's $40, or maybe it's $80. Yeah, now I think about it, $70. Okay, yeah, that comes up March 1st, right? So that and this are essentially the same thing. About the only difference, well, okay, they come with that stand, which is kind of nice. They don't have the minifigs, right? So it is kind of an interesting world. So I basically exclusively do Lego, right? And trust me, I've got plenty of Lego to work on. You know, just oops, that's not what I want to go to. which, you know, and the site, again, this is why I don't like WordPress. It's so slow. So sure enough, these are actually, this is what I have in my backlog to build, are all these sets. Other than the flower bouquet, I actually built that. That's what I built on stream. Well, that's what I built last Thursday on stream. I just haven't, on the website, I haven't moved it over yet. Yeah, so these are all the sets I have to build. So I have a couple things to build. Oh, that's the wrong image. This website's not actually published yet. I'm working on it. So, all right. Awesome set of questions. Oh, you know what? I didn't really want to close that page. That's all right. We can go back to it. All right, so again, if we look at what data we've got put in here so far, because we were just doing some initial modeling to verify what we're thinking. So we've got, and I'm using the ice skating rink. So we've got that model, or that set is of these themes. Has at least this one part. It has a whole bunch of other parts, but we're just using one to start off with. Now, sure enough, so if we were to look at this, has label part. Did I capitalize it? I sure did. It is case sensitive. So this is part category name. Well, I see something really important that we're missing. Here's the name, category ID, category name. Oh no, here it is. It's right here. That's right. I put it in here. Okay. It's 11477, right? So again, let me find these. This is the Azure database extension, which, yeah, it's Azure database on Visual Studio, which the graph support is actually deprecated. Apparently something's coming. All right, downloads. I'm almost scared to see what all I have in here. Oh. Well, that, okay. That didn't work very well. I wanted to go to this folder. All right, so we're looking at the sets. What am I looking at? What? Inventory parts. That's what. Yeah, inventory parts. Inventory parts. And in particular, so I'm looking for the ice skating rink. (40416). It's not going to be there. Rebecca gives you the data. Correct. So, well, so what it does do... Let me open up another folder so I don't have to find that folder again. Because I did download this. I downloaded one of the colors. Yeah. Oh, okay. I didn't. So like here's one of those downloads, right? And you can see, you know, if we pull up the image, it's a 1x4 plate. Actually, I think, oh, this is colors, if I remember right. Yeah. So, the names of the files are actually the part numbers, right? So, like for example, we were looking at part 11477, right? Not there. So sure enough, this is the part we're looking at if it was in gray, right? So you go to the color code and then you go to the part number. So that is the way how you can tie them together. So it's not necessarily a manual way of tying it. It's just, you know, you just have to know the math to get it. All right. Yep. I only know that because I have looked at this a little bit here. All right, so let's look this up again. I need to look up sets, and again, I'm looking at for has name ice skating rink. So that's 40416, which is oh no, that one, yeah, that one stays the same. It's when I go to inventories. I need to look up the inventories. That's what it is. So if I look at inventories, so this is going to be 79147. So I'm going to take that, and then I'm going to go to parts. Inventory parts. Which, oh, that's inventory parts. There we go. Sorry for that loud being there. All right. So yeah, so we were looking at this part number here. Actually, let's go back. It's U freeze top row. Now let's look that back up. All right, so sure enough, color ID is going to be 4, right? So what we're going to do in here, go back into here. We're going to say see, I want this one. So has label, okay, yeah, has label parts, because I'm just looking this up real quick. All right, so here's, I'm going to create this item, this color in here, right? So this is going to be, I'm going to look up this ID. Because basically, in order to create this relationship, I'm going to, oh, I don't have the color though, do I? No, I would need to create the color first, that would help. So and not the right sheet, this one here. So color ID 4. All right, I want to look up that color. Colors, alphabetical order would be the first one there. So 4 is gonna be red. All right. So we're gonna add V, which is add vertice. We're gonna give it the ID, which is gonna be color underscore 4. And the IDs have to be unique. This one I'm giving it the label name in there. Why do I think I'm doing this wrong? Because I am doing this wrong. Sorry. In here, I need to give it color. Because I need to give it the name of the label of the vertex. Then I'm gonna start adding properties. So it's gonna have a property of ID. And that ID, this is where it's gonna be color underscore 4. Property will have name, and this is gonna be red. We're gonna add another property of RGB. And the RGB of this is this value here. And then I want to property is transparent. Transparent. False. All right, so that's going to add that in there. Oh. Property. I think I said user ID. And then I think I called it master. But before we do that, did I spell translucent wrong? Yeah. Or, yeah, I spelled translucent wrong. I spelled it transparent. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, user ID and a master. Okay, I was just verifying because it has been almost a week since we were working on this. All right, now we're going to execute this. And we're still getting an error. I inspect token. Let's just take a look. Color. Oh, here we go. I think that's what it was. It was just missing that semi. I should make that bigger. It was missing that single quote there. Yeah, so now this should work. And there we go. So now we created that. And then we can say, you know, so now if we were to query the whole thing again, right, you're just going to see this, you know, like this, and you're going to see that red, and right now it's not linked to anything, all right? But now we're going to yeah, okay. I'm thinking of something, but no, work. Okay. Yeah, okay. I am thinking about some things, and I see something I might eventually, this breaking out like this, I might eventually have to restructure a little bit. But for now, we'll continue where we're going. As I start seeing some data going here, I might know of a restructure I need to do. All right, so now I'm gonna create that link between slope curve 2x1 no studs half bow to red, right? And so what we're gonna say is we're gonna look for that part number, right? So there, it's there right there, and putting this right here, that's the ID, so it gives me that right away. And then I'm gonna say add edge, and in here I give it the name of the edge. Hold on a second. Again, I'm gonna verify this syntax again. Yep, I was doing it right. So add edge, and then I'm gonna I said reduced in. Although really that's not a good title for that right here. This should be well, I'm just gonna keep with it. Produced in. I am noticing something this rebrickable database is not going to have. It would be nice, but that's okay. I can work around that. And now I'm going to say 2. And now here's where I do a query. All right, so now I'm going to say GV. And again, I'll color. And we said 4. All right. So what this is going to, this right here will create a link between part 11477 to color 4. But what I also want to add in here, I'm going to add in here a property. And the name of the property is going to be quantity. And I think it was 2, if I remember correct. No, yes, 2, right? So that right there, 2. And then I'm also going to add another property. And this is going to be spare. And this will be false. And so basically when you get Lego sets, they can have a spare part, right? And so and in the rebrickable database, it actually has, like, if you look, like, for example, on this set, whatever part number 24866 is, right? I don't know these part numbers off the top of my head. There's way too many to know. I do know it's in red because we saw a color before, but that that has that has one spare of whatever that is. But I'm not really sure. That'd be a good question. I need to ask someone who would know. What makes, when does Lego determine to include a spare part? All right. Some of the things make sense. Like if they use the Tecton pins, I'm just wondering if I had one around. I don't. It makes sense because those could, in theory, could break. Although you'd have to be trying really hard to break it, because it's literally pinning 2 different items together. Or a lot of times, if there's like a 1 stud round, a lot of times you'll see an extra of those. But some of this other stuff, I can't figure out why they include extras, right? All right, so we're going to execute that. Now this error, this is not really an error. There is nothing to display. If I go into the JSON, I see it, right? So there is the representation of the edge. But now if we go grab the whole graph again, now we start seeing it, right? And I do apologize. That's the one thing this thing does not do a good job, is letting me space these things out. It's free. You get what there are some really, or at least I've never used them, some nice visualization tools, but you have to pay for them. That kind of works. So we can see we have the ice skating rink. It's of the Christmas theme, which happens to have a sub theme of actually that shouldn't link. Well, you know what, this should be linking to both. Actually, I thought it did. Let's take a look at something here. If I look at the portal, if I see something a little bit different. Oops, wrong database. This database. Explore. Lego Master. And again, I don't know if this is what I'm gonna keep the name as, but right now that's the working title of this project. Okay. And you will see this does display as a whole lot differently to begin with. If I go to ice skating rink, yeah, it's going to Christmas. Okay, I'm just curious here now. Is that the way how the data actually structured? I would have thought it would be seasonal. And then actually I thought I put no. That's a good question. How this link should be. I get it now because it's Christmas and then seasonal is the parent to Christmas. I mean, I guess when you do the search, you have to see if that is the parent. If not, go get the parent. That's why I think what I would do instead, and I thought I did this already. I think I would have ice skating rink go to both. No, this makes sense. No, this makes sense. It should go to Christmas because that is a theme. It's in a parent theme of Christmas. I mean, of seasonal. But if I wanted to find, like, if I was looking at my sets and I'd say, okay, give me all the seasonals. Oh, okay, now give me all the Christmas. Because you can navigate these trees either way. Not trees, these relationships either way. You have to do the query a little bit differently. Basically, you have to know the difference between in and out. All right, so there's that. So then the one last other part, just so I can, model this initially. Again, go back to Visio here, was a category. All right. So again, we're looking for this, so parts as a part category. All right. And that was actually pretty simple. Let's see here. There are some parts where this actually does a better job of digging into this. Okay, so 11477. And again, if we go these, and this is a little bit over a month old data, right? But we just won't have any newer sets in here, which is fine. Excuse me. Where? Oh, I was going to part categories. 11477. Now I have to look at parts. There we go. That's what we're looking for. So it's part category 37. The 37 is bricks curved, which would make sense. It's a slope. All right. So again, we'll add vertex, and this one will be part category. And then we're going to say property user ID master. And then we're going to say ID is going to be part category. What did I say? 37? Yeah, 37. And then we're going to have name is going to be bricks curved. And we're going to have property actually that's all the properties, and there's no comma in there, just bricks curved. Okay, so very unforgiving. All right, so there, now we've got that in there, and then we're gonna go back to actually start with this one here. So this is going to be relationship name is going to be is of. And then we're going to say part category 37. And then I do not need any other properties. There's a standard relationship. So there, that creates it. And now if we look at the whole thing, you know, let's try sorting this out just a little bit as best as we can. Because like I say, you see it has a mind of its own. There we go. That's somewhat. We have the ice skating rink, which is of Christmas, which is of seasonal master category. Yeah, and then the ice skating rink happens to has a slope curve 2x1, no studs, half bow. And then it's in red, and then it happens to be a bricks curved. Now, a couple things I'm seeing that's not going to work right with this. All right, I'm going to end up creating a whole lot more documents to make this work. Right, because if I'm going to, this would actually, for every single part in an ice skating rink, I would end up creating or well, every single part. So right here, I ended up creating this red and this bricks curved and all that type of stuff.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, PokeBot93. Thank you. I appreciate that. Welcome to the community. So yeah, I would end up storing all these extra documents with every single part of every single set, right? And you know, if you think about it, let's see here. Go to Excel, let's see here. Parts the one I'm looking for? No, not that one. I want to go to inventory, right? I would end up adding, 864 million or 865,000 extra records for color and extra records for bricks curved, right? Now, 865,000 actually is not really that many, right? I mean, in the grand scope of things, wouldn't really take that much data, right? But it's inefficient use of a database, right? So I think what we need to do now, having this makes sense, these values, but I think this attribute right here, this the edge to ice skating rink to the part should have the color and the parts category, right? As part of its properties. So to do that, what we're going to do, we're going to do a couple things here. We're going to remember how you drop an edge. I believe it's drop edge or drop E. Drop edge. Take a look at this real quick. Or yeah, there's add. Is it drop E? Oh, okay, that's right. I think you just drop it. Drops the value. Okay, yes. Okay. So, okay, now I remember. What I need to do is set has label set. That ID there. That is one thing. Right now, some of them have underscores, some of them have hyphens. When I really create this for real, we need, we want to be consistent. Otherwise, you're going to drive yourself crazy. Actually, I could do it right from here. Well, I shouldn't do it. But then I could say it's to edge, right? Here we go, query, because That's right. Out E, in E. Okay. So we're going to be looking at, we're going to say out E, and I think I called it has. Yeah, has. Really, I could just do this. Did I create two edges? ID. Does appear to be so. I don't remember doing that though. That's why I'm confused. Back to ice skating rink. It has a one edge. No, I definitely have two. Produced in is of. Thank you for not working for me. I really don't remember creating the second edge. That's what I'm confused about. All right, well, anyway. Drop. Okay, so now we've done that. So now we see there's no link between ice skating and the part, right? And it sure, now here's the one thing I am noticing here. Let's look at this data structure again. Just looking at the data structure. Okay, that's why I have to go down to element. Weird. Okay, there's no direct link from parts to colors. You have to go down to elements. And then you go down, then you go back up to colors. Just weird the way how they did that. There must be some reason. I mean, I guess you could have multiple elements. I guess a part could have multiple elements. I mean, that's the only, yeah, sure enough, that's the only thing you think of. Maybe that, you know, because you look at it, there's an element ID, part number is basically a foreign key, it's not the primary key. So I guess in theory, a part could be made up of multiple elements. I mean, if we were to look at elements. I mean, let's see. So sure enough, there's 54,793 records in there, or 92, because I did not count the top row. But if we look at parts, there's 37,000. So sure enough, I guess some parts, and I'm not sure what that would be. But I guess some parts could have multiple colors, or some parts could have multiple elements. I would love to, know an example. Here, if I do equals count of count. No. Does the fact that only certain types of parts have multiple colors? Well, I'm curious. I wonder if it's like a compound part. I'm trying to figure out what would. I'm trying to figure out, so what do I mix, do I do multiple colors for it? I would like at least because what's interesting, if I look at, so it's interesting because look, if you look at like the inventory parts, because I want to also be able to track loose bricks, and that's, that I don't get from a set, right? That I go buy bricks, right? Because I bought bricks, right? And I want to be able to track that also, right? That's really the main thing I'm trying to track in all this. The sets and everything, that's like a bonus, right? The real part I'm really trying to track is stuff that I go out and buy, right? Individual parts. But like if you look at inventory parts, there's a color ID, so it's linking directly to there. But in here, so in theory, some of these parts that have multiple elements. So let's see here. Let me think. I'm trying to think. Count if. Yeah, count if. What am I trying to do? I want to say. I want this element ID. I know there's a way to do this. Excel, get count of occurrences. Okay. Yeah, all right. That would make sense. Count if element, no, part number. Count if this whole thing equals this. Wow. So apparently this first part number 53657. Okay, so what is this part number? How could you get any luckier than your very first part listed has multiple things in it? So this part apparently has 7. Click its icon flower 2x2 large 5 petals with pin. So this. But how does that have multiple elements in it? No. I don't know. I'm not. No, that's not right. It's in 7 different colors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, although this isn't always accurate, because this is lots for sale. Sometimes things get miscolored. Yeah, what I actually want to do, I don't want the part number, I want the element number. No, because even that should duplicate. Oh, no, well, that still wouldn't make sense. Count. Largest to smallest. Excel's having all kinds of fun with this. This isn't that big of a worksheet. 30136. How is that going to count to? That should be right next to each other. Okay. I don't know why they're not sorted correctly, but count. Okay, well, at any rate, so let's look up this part number. 30316. I mean, but still, this is, I mean, the numbers aren't, well, no, the numbers are making a little more sense because it's a part and a color. And basically, well, I think it's going to get us close enough. You know, the one thing I'm not seeing, you know, it is, now grant you, I doubt there's any part that has never been part of a set. That wouldn't make sense. They make parts for sets, right? Lego makes too many parts to excuse me, to just you know, to make other parts that are not used in, excuse me, they're not used in any set. As a matter of fact, it's apparently a really big deal if like a Lego designer ends up needing to design a new part, because it has to go through a lot of approvals. Well, that's, you know, one of the things that they had a problem with was they were making parts willy-nilly, right? And that's part of the reason why they were losing money, because they, you know, it wasn't viable to keep that up, keep that going. But at the same rate, it's also why some sets have gone increasingly, you know, the prices have gone crazy, right? Like if you look at, let me see if I remember which one it was. I think it's Green Grocer. Yeah. Look at these prices. You know, here we'll as I will say, sometimes the non-US locations kind of skew the prices a little bit here, but this one set, this is an incomplete set. All right, $725, 98%, does not have instructions, $800, and it quickly goes up to $1,100, right? And that's new. Now this is new, sealed in the box. $1,175, right? And the reason why, yeah, it is still cheaper than textbooks. Yes, yes. But the reason why this thing is so expensive is there is a part in the, there's one part in here that's, there's like 50 of them. Let's see if I can find it real quick. Can I sort by colors? No. But yeah, there's one part in here. Well, it is sorted by colors, I guess, but I'm not finding right now. Oh, here we go. It's this one right here. This 1x2 modified 1x2 with groove. You need 56 of them, and this is like the only, you know, this is like one of the few sets this was ever made for, right? So to get this sand green, click here. Yeah, look at this. $1.93, $2.38, $2.77, and these are all used. It's not like you're getting and that's per brick, right? That's the reason why that set costs so much, right? It's because this one brick that you need 56 of, right? You know, which again, here in the United States, the cheapest price is $2.38 used. I'd be shocked if there's a new one. There is a new one. $4.99 each. $4.99 each. So that right there is $279 right there, you know, in order to make that kit. All right. Of course, look at this guy. I sit at 391 new bricks of these, right? Got sitting at $1,900 worth of inventory right there, just in that one brick that they've got. So, you know, Marco Polo, it's interesting. There's a couple of thoughts about that. Lego investing actually is a thing, right? And but actually, like one of the YouTubers that you know, that I've come to like a lot, he actually did a video just a couple days ago, wasn't it long ago, talking about Lego investing. And you know what he's been in Legos forever, right? He's been doing Legos for a really long time, and he's been lucky enough he has all his Lego sets from when he was a kid, right? And he's like my age. Actually, I think he might be a couple years older than I am. But he was talking about investing. He said what he's noticed. He said he's bought investment sets before. He's actually ended up just parting them all out. Because what he said, what he's noticed is that the price has gone up over the last year because of the pandemic, right? Because basically, new people are, you know, they're stuck at home. They're looking for a hobby, right? And so they're building Lego. And again, you know, something that is really popular, you know, are these modular buildings. And I mean, I'm building these. I'm not going to build this one for obvious reasons. It's an awesome hobby, right? I love it. All right, you know, but these modular buildings These are some of the more popular buildings. And the funny thing is, like this one in particular, like I said, it's 11, basically $1,100. Ignore these two up front because they're incomplete and so forth, right? But even prime example, the Metro Diner, right? Now there's a couple stats. Metro Diner. Downtown Diner. Metro Diner is actually the name of a diner that or no, it's not. Oh well. Oh, okay. At any rate, like right here, I love it. Just the, so the prices, and again, the non, yeah, exactly. Well, because they could bring another $300 selling those things, right? There we go. Yeah. So it's like for a new sealed, $280. Now, here's the thing. This set here, this one just got retired. All right. Officially, it's still listed on the Lego set or Lego website. It's not retired on the Lego website, but there's no stock, and everyone believes that there won't be any more stock, right? So I mean, and the retail price on this thing, yeah, well, this is definitely while sets last, right? So Downtown Diner, this time I'll type it in correctly. Yeah, retail is $170, right? So literally, someone just went out and bought this, right? And is marking up $110 plus shipping, right? Yeah, and that's starting, right? I mean, there's.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, Grappler. Thank you. I appreciate that. Again, I mean, you see these prices go up pretty quickly. $500, right? It's more 100% profit if they were to. I mean, no one's gonna. And sure enough, some of these they put it at this price because they're like, I'm not in a hurry to get rid of it, right? So I'll mark it up higher. That way, if someone pays me, awesome, right? I mean, people do that also. Now, I will say, word of advice: don't go to Amazon and look that thing up, because it's $344, right? I grant you that includes shipping, right? But I mean, you're gonna pay, and this isn't. Yeah, well, see, the thing is, this is not Lego. I mean, sorry, it's not. Although it's getting weirder and weirder how they're doing this. Maybe this one is. I don't know why they're selling it. Because Amazon doesn't normally mark these up. Normally these are third party. Where's seller? Well, anyway. So no, I now grant you, all of mine I buy at the local store. So I get them.
Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, Joe and folks. Welcome. All right, buddy. Moving my dog over a little bit here. Now I would imagine. Now I don't know about when you order it through the Lego reseller, right? But if I was to buy this through here, these folks are gonna wrap it up. Oh my goodness, a glass item padded envelope. That's funny. Yeah, I'd be pretty, I would be pretty sure that these folks would wrap these up pretty well. I've even seen, just looking, I've seen some listings. Where they'll say like, that they're gonna put, yeah, I don't see it necessarily in this one. I've seen some where they'll say, we're gonna put it in, we're gonna put it in bubble wrap, put double box it, and all that kind of stuff. The other problem you gotta watch out for is for, the delivery services. They don't necessarily do a very good job.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
What? No. Okay. Prolapse man, he's whole. Definitely an interesting name there. Welcome. Thank you for following. I appreciate that. So sure enough, for those who've just joined, we're for those who joined, we are talking about Lego, but there's a reason. Well, it's a squirrel moment. But we're working on a Lego database, right? Let me get to, this is kind of the structure that we're looking at. So sure enough, a hobby I have is building Lego. Well, it is research. Well, it's kind of part of the reason why we're doing some of this, right? So pizza in a sandwich bag. Oh goodness. So I currently have titled this application Lego Master, although application is a stretch because right now literally have a couple pieces of data in a database to see what the structure is going to look like, right? So kind of the idea where you have sets, you have Lego parts, and one of the reasons for doing all this is so, like, for example, here, I'll show you the perfect example of why I would need something like this. So, well, I gotta get this open right now. I got full screen, so it's taking over my whole screen here. Love the chat. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I really do appreciate that. So, for example, let me show you something I was working on over the weekend. And this shows you why I would need to know this, right? So I'm working on this, right? And I was modeling this out, how I want this to look like. Actually, I've made a change that I haven't, that's not listed. Really, that was blocked. One, I got to pay more attention to what gets blocked. Oh, I see why. Okay, never mind. All right. Yeah, I'm going to change it. Instead of stop signs, I'm actually going to have traffic lights. But at any rate, I'm basically building, this is one of the things I want to build, right? So an intersection. And I'm doing it differently than what I've seen others do. For example, a lot of Lego sets, they do like zebra stripes, which, like, most of the roads I see, they've got the solid lines for the crosswalks. You got that stopper line, where the vehicle's supposed to stop. Actually, I think I was just now noticing this. I think I'm actually supposed to stop the yellow line at that marker. So I probably should fix that. But so I built this out, all right? And here, and actually, this is it's not going to tell me how many parts it is. It's a lot of parts. But then I, let's say I want to build this, all right? I'm ready to build this, or I download someone else's design that they built, right? But I want to build this. So sure enough, one of the things I can do, that's right before the rightmost white line. Yeah, I just now thought about that. I mean, looking at, again, looking at it at a separate time. I need to look that up a little bit more. To get an idea where those yellow lines are supposed to stop. I mean, it actually doesn't look bad, but I kind of think it would look better if it stopped right there. And I can do that. Although that is also giving me some stability by doing that. But at any rate.
Thank you for following.
Okay.
Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
I was getting distracted. All right, well, at any rate, and lost all my money on crypto. But make sure you get into the GameStop stuff. You lose, the rest of your money. But all right, so let's say, okay, I want to build this. I need a parts, right? Now, sure enough, I know somewhere in here you can actually get the part list, but that's one thing you can do. XRP. Maybe I'm drawing blank. I'm not sure what XRP is. Oh, I have no. Yeah, I don't know anything about crypto. I mean, other than what crypto is. But so sure enough, one of the things you can do here, if I go back in here, I can actually click on this button here. And I get this this one list, right? And it actually gives me everything I need. Oh, never mind. Yeah, it's gonna give me everything I need, right? I mean, so here's all those parts, right? So if I was joking about GameStop. I haven't even heard what the. All right, I'm curious. News. What's? I didn't even hear any news about GameStop today. What's the latest on GameStop? Well, I soared again today. Goodness gracious. No, that was 3 days ago. Never mind. I guess there really isn't. Basically, all the comments today is what's going on. All right. Well, anyway. We can create this, and then we can, we can take this further, and it builds me my list, right? Well, here's the thing, all right? I probably have some of these parts, right? I know I have some of these parts, right? I wouldn't want to you got money into GameStop. Well, I'm not a very risky person, so I would, right? I mean, look, I tell you what, if you were lucky enough to buy it at $7 and what is it now? Well, yeah, look, it's already lost value, right? It went up to $3.13, right? I mean, if you were actually lucky enough to buy it at $7, and even today, $17, right? Because wasn't that what it was? Like last week before this all started. That doesn't even go far enough. Go to the month. Yeah, like when this all started, right? 11/11 or 1/11, it was $19, right? I mean, just pure math here, right? So let's say you spent $1,000, right? At $19.94, right? Let's just say you bought 50 shares, right? At $19.94, cost you $997, right? And even at the loss you would have took today, all right, 225 at 50 shares, that's $11,000, right? That's a. We're just learning. Yeah, I know we are. We are. Yeah. All right. Well, so I was gonna say. So the purpose of this database, right? There's a couple of purposes. One of them. Oh no! I brought it up. You're fine. I could have left it alone. That wasn't so much trolling to me. At any rate, so so what I was gonna say, we can, we could, like for example, this dark bluish gray, right? Look, I have like 3,000 of these on stock right now, right? I don't need to order another 8,302 of them, right? Because I already have them, right? It'd be nice to know that, right? So that's, that's really where the purpose of this database is. And sure enough, I mean, I was talking to a couple Lego folks that do a lot, right? And one of the guys was mentioning he's got like 3 orders of the same thing because he ordered 3 different times. Goodness. My dog is literally laying right at the feet of my chair. But he bought the same part 3 different times because he didn't realize he ordered it. Right? Twice he didn't realize he had already ordered it once before, at least once before. All right. Let's see here. We can get rid of this, Amazon, that. Let's clean up some tabs here. Don't need that, don't need that, don't need that. Okay, keep everything else. All right, so now we were gonna create, we're gonna recreate these partner, the link from ice skating rink to slope. All right. So we're gonna I'm gonna do this notepad first. So GV, I'm gonna look for that set. Well, interesting. Wow, that was a real slow query. I know that's not the most efficient query in the world, but it's also almost no data. That's kind of weird. Curious. Yeah, it came up a whole lot faster that time. That was weird. All right, so we're gonna look up for this set. We're gonna add an edge, and I think I said has. Actually, I can always change it. Yeah, has 2GV to this part. And then we're going to add some properties. So we're going to have property, and first thing we're going to add, we're going to have a color ID, and again, if we go to inventory, yeah, not inventories, it's going to be inventory parts. But what I do need to know, I do need inventories. Nobody needs dark. Yeah, I guess I could be using Visual Studio VS Code. I've opened up Notepad for so many years, I don't even think about it anymore. I'm looking up the right thing. Okay, we go to sets. We're gonna look up set number 40416. 0416. All right. But
Your Tier 1 subscription is appreciated.
Wait and see if it, sometimes it says it. All right, hey, Lewis, how's it going? I appreciate that. Thank you so much. How have you been doing? It's been a little while since I've talked to you. Wow, 9 months. Guess how long I've been an affiliate. Very well. That's awesome to hear. So no game playing tonight, or are you on a break from games and getting ready to go back to it? Excuse me. 4-1. Okay, hold on. Because now I'm drawing a blank of what I'm doing here. That's a set. I need to go to inventory. Four, 1, 4, 6, 7, 9. Well, sorry to hear your player got corrupted, but now you can see my wild mind, which that could take you for a wild ride. All right, so now I've got that inventory. So now I go to inventory parts. They have really, I mean, again, I get it, but boy, considering this is all in CSV files, it makes this fun. There we go. I was searching the wrong thing. Okay. So 1147 has two different, this one part in 2 different colors, because this is the part we're looking for, right? Well, I'm sorry, this set has 2 of these 11477, which is slopes. Now if we go back into here, because we're going to have the color ID, and the color ID is going to be 4. Right? But now here's one of the things I do, and not just with graph databases. I do this a lot with NoSQL databases. Is I will go ahead and put the color name in here also. All right? That way I don't have to go search for it. All right? I'm going to go grab it at the same time. So this was color ID 4, so color ID 4 is red. If I type. Then we're going to have another property of quantity. And the quantity of this is 2. And then we're going to have a property of is spare. Which would be false. And thank you, Ryan. All right, and then we're gonna create 2. We're gonna create this 2 of these because there's, goodness gracious. So, and the other color ID, and it's not like I have to be perfect in this because again, I'm just modeling data, but color ID happens to be 2. Which is green. And I think the quantity was also 2. Yeah. And that's also not a spare. All right. Ah, okay, you're laughing at the quote, yes. Okay, I need to, partially because I'm on here all the time, right? I need to load up some more quotes. I need to get some more diversity in there. All right, so we're gonna go here, not to here. We're gonna go to this one, and we're gonna run that. And we're missing. because it's it's part of this. Okay, that adds that one, and then we're gonna add this one. Okay, and now if we were to look at the whole thing, an escalator can never break. It can only become stairs. You should never see an escalator temporary out of order sign. Just escalator temporary stairs. Sorry for the convenience. That's a good one. There, I put in another notepad. Like I said, I use Notepad a lot. All right, so but I put another notepad so I can take care of that a little bit later. I do need to do some more work on our quote so that so I can let people make suggestions for quotes and I can like approve them and such. All right, at any rate, we now have, there's that brick curved. It is okay. It is interesting how this is, the visualization here is only showing that brick curved once, right? But if I was to say, if I was to grab this, change this to out E, I get the two vertexes, right? And then I can do, I think it's just in, if I remember right. Come on, my query. Oh my goodness, I literally have forgotten how to get that. There is a way to then get those objects. Now I've just forgotten how to do that. Yeah, it's a problem when you don't use a query language for a while. You forget some of the querying. I don't know why it's still spinning. There we go. 15 meg file. They won't download it. NV, that's what I'm forgetting. So it's interesting. This visualization only returns the one. Now I'm curious. But if you look at the JSON that's getting returned, I get both of them returned. That's a weakness of this visualization software. If I look at the one in the portal, which one in the portal is actually not bad, it's just has some limitations. Yeah, here you can see we got the two. Well, no, it doesn't show it. Yeah, it doesn't show it here either. But I can tell you when I do the query, because if I look again, if I go to the JSON of the query, wherever code went, here we go. Because here's the first one. Here's that first part, and then here's that second part. And what you're seeing here, you're seeing part 11477, those properties, right? So user ID, name, category, category name. Interesting. I guess I never noticed that. It adds it right to the JSON. I guess I just never really noticed that before. Huh. Because these items here are actually properties of the relationship. At least in this visualization tool. And I'm sure that's the way how it's coming back. That's interesting. All right, well, anyway, that's how I think the data needs to work. And then and that should work. What time is it? That's only 10:23. Hey, Oren. See, Oren's just now joining. The party's just starting now. Good evening, Oren. How are you doing this evening? Excuse me, I just apparently have a drinking problem. No. Of course, if I really had a drinking problem, you know, I'd be like that, right? You know. And for the younger ones, I'm probably going way over, you know, using a way outdated reference. All right, I'm just. Again, my dog is sitting or sleeping right here, making sure I don't crush him. He will do that to me. He'll.
It's someone's lucky day. Thank you for the gifted subscription.
Code with Sean gifted a tier 1 sub to Counterin. They have given 20 gift subs in the channel.
I knew you would get the drinking problem reference. You probably got it before I did the whole, you know, the water over the shoulder thing. Hey, Sean, again, thank you so much. Really, really appreciate that. Interesting. That the way how I pronounce Count Oren, you know, I mean, I heard it. That wasn't right. All right. But compare that to the way how I pronounce Loka's name, where I got it right. That's kind of interesting. I think the capitalizations makes a difference, though. So, you know, because again, for those who weren't here earlier, you know, let's see here. We had a there we go. Well, maybe. Why is it not replaying it? Well. That's not what I meant to do. Well, it's interesting. Now it's not replaying my alerts. I don't know what's going on. Well, hey, Ray. Loka, who has a very long Twitch name, it pronounced it beautifully, right? Yeah. No, I mean, it did a good job. I mean, it's just so funny because I remember making that comment earlier, you know, apparently 3 hours ago. Have I really been? It does not seem like I've been streaming that long. Partially because I did start a little bit early tonight. Okay, not 3 hours yet. But all right. See, I think I now have the data how I want it to look like, which again, let's go back to this because I'm going to use this as a reference. We get rid of that. Get rid of that. And that one. And here. Okay. I was trying to think of how I could document these right here. Well, I know how I can do it. I can start doing what, okay. Oh, excuse me. I'll just do it the way how I normally do it. So what I like to do, now that now I have an idea how I want to store this in the database. What I'll do here is I will actually create some documentation. All right. And what we'll say, and we'll do this in Notepad first. Because I actually have a feeling I can do this a little bit better this way. So I'm gonna start off here, and then so add the, and what I'll do is, so I'm gonna add. Well, I'll start. Looking at this graph, I'll start with theme, right? So theme. Actually, I really should be. Hold on a second. Let me look at something real quick. I think it's property owner email address, maybe. No. Well, I'm trying to be consistent with what I did before, and I'm trying to remember what I did before and something. Yeah, owner email address. Okay. Okay. So, like what I've done, so like here, this is a demo database I've used, and I'm trying to get away from using this as a demo database, just because I want something different of speaking engagements, right? And so what I'll do, you notice that I have, so owner email address happens to be the partition key in this database, all right? And I use a schema definition. I'm just checking. Oh, okay. Trying to figure out where my dog went. And now I can see, I can see what my schema looks like, inside my own database, right? And there's some really big important things here, right? Because it's like, so like if we look at speaker, right? So speaker relates to presentation, which makes sense, right? But it's important to know that the relationship, because relationships in Gremlin graph databases, just to be really clear, although really generally most graph databases, edges or relationships are directional, right? And they're one direction. They're not bi-directional. So it's speaker to presentation. All right. Now, with that being said, there are ways to go the other way around, but you need to know that direction, right? So, for example, I mean, if we were to look at a query here, if I was to do something like should be has label speaker, and then this should be chadgreen@chadgreen.com. Yeah, so there's that speaker, right? And sure enough, I can query it. I can say, out edge, I think it's presents. And there you go. So there's all presentations that I have in, you know, at least in this database, right? Which reminds me, I was someone an email about that. But and, you know, and sure enough, not in V. Yeah, so there, you know, if we want to look at it graphically, you know, or if we want to see all of them, right there for all the vertexes, right? Now, I can go the other way around, right? So if I was to say, let's just search by the ID directly, right? You know, so I can just grab. You notice in here, I'm just using GUIDs because that made sense for this one. So if I search for that, there's that one item. So which framework am I supposed to use, right? I can now say in edge presents. And I think it's out V, if I remember right. Yeah, so that gets me, you know, so I can go either way, right? You know, so you know, but I need to know which way is which, right? You know, so hence why I like documenting my database right there in the database, right? You know, that way I don't have to go look for another document, right? The only thing I need to know my partition key, right? And I need to know what I called that, right? Schema definition, what, you know, whatever, right? Those are the things I need to know. And then sure enough, if you look at these, you'll see, like, you know, the label is still the label of it, you know, right? Type is actually, if you were here earlier, I was talking about how you actually can query a graph database in Cosmos using the SQL API. That's one of the things you need to know, is that type. That's not yours. That's actually something that Cosmos adds to it. That's how it stores it. But then, you know, in my properties, you'll see what I do, right? I have the owner email address because that's the partition key, so I have to have that. But I have the name, so the name is country, which is the same name as the label, but this way it's consistent. There's also another reason why I do that. These that it shows here, the visualizers almost always use name as what they're going to show in here. And if you don't have a name, they'll show the ID, which a lot of times the IDs are not very useful for one reason or another, right? Then I'll have a description. And then I'll have properties, right? So like if we were to look at, yeah, here we go. We look at an event, right? So we have all the stuff. Then an event for properties. I don't know why I don't call that property, but at any rate, I call it property. But then I have, you know, then I have ID value, right? So, yeah, so we you know, so we can have, again, this could be completely documentation, right? So let's start this off, getting this documented. If I can click on the right notepad, here we go. Going back to here, I'm actually going to look at the JSON here. So I'm going to start with theme. Yeah, that's what I wanted to start with. And I'm already knowing a couple of things I'm going to change in here. So I'm going to add that add vertice of, you know, labels can be labels not going to be theme. Yes, labels can be theme. Sorry. Then we're going to have a property, and in here my partition key is user ID, and I usually like doing that as my first property. I think that's just good syntax. It could be anywhere, right? It doesn't matter when you're adding them. I will say when you're doing, if you're doing a search, a query, your partition key should be first. It will search for it. It's especially true in SQL API, and even in Graph APIs. It's gonna actually search, or not. No, I should say it's the other way around. In the Graph APIs, it's even more important because the way how Gremlin traverses this, it actually looks at it in order, right? But again, while we're creating it, doesn't matter. So theme 206. And I'm just using, I'm using this theory. I'm gonna make that small. Yeah, so basically I'm taking the label and then I'm taking the ID that comes from Rubricable. Right? And that way I can reference it, right? But then what I want to do, I'm gonna, so like I said, well, we're gonna have the name. Oh, what am I doing? I'm doing the schema. I'm not creating another item. So this, so the user ID here is going to be schema. And then we're going to have property, name, and we're going to say, the name is going to be theme. All right, and then we're going to have property. I'm going to call it properties. I don't know why before I called it property. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know if I called it property on this one. All right, well, anyway.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, Little Current. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really do appreciate it. Look at that follower number, 747. That's a good number there. Oh, I do appreciate it. Welcome to the TaleLearnCode community. All right, so we're gonna have properties, and then the first property is going to be in this theme. Let me get to the right one here. So we're gonna have. Was I putting name in here? I was. Name. Hold on a second. Okay, yeah. I was trying to remember what I was doing here. So properties. That's right. Then we're going to say name, colon, name of the theme. Then we're going to do properties. And this is, you just add it again. And that's how you can add multiple values to the same property. And then I'm because a property can only have one value, so I say the name of the column or the name of the attribute, I should say, or the name of the property, and then its description. That's the way how I do this, right? So name of the theme, I mean, really, that's very descriptive, right? That's what it is, right? And then that's actually the only thing we have in here. Oh, master value seasonal. Okay, but I'm actually going to add in here, I'm going to say Rubricable ID. And I'm going to make this a string, so it's 206. Because there's others where it is a string. So even though it is a number, I'm going to store those as strings. And then we're going to have property, properties. Now, I just realized I could make this bigger in a couple different ways. It's a little bit easier to see when I'm typing. All right, so then we're gonna have properties, and then I know I was thinking of something else in here that I wanted to add in here. It's not currently in here, or should be. Oh, because parent ID can be null. That's why. Because it should be, because this is seasonal. Yeah, Christmas has that parent ID and the parent name. So we're gonna have parent ID. Why did I do this? Hold on. I'm mixing multiple things here. Rubiqual ID, identifier of the theme within the rubricable database. Not 206. Okay. Then in here we're gonna have parent ID, identifier of the themes of the theme parent, if any. Okay, and then properties, and then it's going to be parent name of the theme parent, if any. Okay, so that should do that one. I'm gonna test this one just to be sure before we continue on. Yeah, there we go. So now we've got that. And sure enough, I mean, we're not gonna see a whole lot, but you know, if we, oh, it's right there. You know, we can start seeing the one object we've created so far. All right, so now let's get the other ones documented here. So that was theme. Next thing I'm going to do is set. So G add vertex set property user ID schema property name equals set property. I just realized what I didn't do right on here. I didn't give it an ID, right? So sure enough, probably at the end, if you look here, the ID, oh, that's fine actually here. I didn't give it an ID, so the ID became a GUID. And actually for this, that's fine. For the schemas, that's fine. But just to show you what that does, if I don't provide an ID, it's going to give me an ID, and the ID is going to be a GUID. Or GUID, or what, however you want to say it. I say GUID. So that's the correct way of saying it, at least on my channel. So properties, name, and this is going to be name of the set. Yeah. Then we're going to properties, GUID, yeah, like, yeah, exactly. Oh, no, it's GUID, not GUID. GUID. You do that on your channel. See, now I'm encouraging you to stream so you can say GUID. GUID. All right, name, not name. We already got name in here. We're gonna have that's why I didn't have this so big, so that I can see this stuff. All right, so we have the name. We're gonna have year released. The GUID takes too long to say. GUID. Let's look. Let me tell you something about here in Kentucky. You know, especially our city names, right? You know, which becomes the way how we pronounce names. You just squeeze it all together, right? And you try to get it out, no matter how long the word is. You get it out in one syllable as best as you can. All right. For the most part, not all cities, because like because then you have Louisville, right? You know, we're still smushing it together, right? Because we're still not saying all the vowels, right? Yeah, still not saying all the, basically Louisville, right? Louisville. GUID. Oh wow. I probably have seen people like that. Our year released, the year in which the set was released. Okay, properties. No, this is a property. This is a properties. Well, you missed IntelliSense when you're not, when you have something that doesn't have IntelliSense. Theme ID. Identifier of the primary theme. No, it's gonna be of the primary theme of the set. Property theme name of the theme for the set. Let's see, property, what else do I have? No, that's all I have. Oh, I want to have a well, we'll call it rebrickable ID. The thing is this is not the rebrickable ID. This is the Lego ID. But I think I'm going to go ahead and stick with rebrickable ID because it'll be consistent. So, again, if we look at this schema here, set number. Well, set, yeah, so, actually they call it set number. Yeah, maybe instead we'll call that set number. I like that. Because that's the set number for the number for the set as defined by Lego. You looking at GUID in other languages? Well, isn't GUID just GUID? I mean, it's a pretty much a universal type there, right? That's interesting. That takes me far enough away from the camera. Gave me the chance to. Oh, the letter names, you mean? Oh, okay. I was thinking, because all right, everyone. I tell you what, I need to take a quick break. I need to go to the bathroom real quick. Let me just take a really quick break, and then I'll be back. All right, just one second. Let me do this because I'll at least do this also the way how you want me to do it. I'm gonna run a 60-second ad and I should be back by the time it comes back.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode. Your Tier 1 subscription is appreciated. I just realized I didn't put the B right back. Sorry about that. Oh, wow. Hold on. I missed that. I see that. Hold on a second here. Why are my alerts not showing up again? It's interesting. They worked the first. I mean, I'm assuming the alert worked the first time. What in the world? Oh. Is there... I'm just noticing this. Has Twitch turned on closed captioning? I'm just now seeing this in my stream manager. How long has that been on? Has that been on the whole time? Also, where is my other stuff going? So, I mean, that's interesting if they're doing closed captioning. I mean, that's... As a viewer, you can disable it? Ah. Well, that's pretty darn cool. I like that. That I actually... You know... I saw that... Well, no, okay, I was gonna think. So Calo's been doing that for a while. And I don't think... Well, maybe that's been... I don't know. No, I'm not sure. Well, that's pretty darn cool. Oh, well, hey, well, first off, JT Money, I tried to replay your alert. I don't know what happened there. Something's going on with my alerts tonight. I'm assuming I played it the first time. One, that was awesome that you you subscribed while I was taking a quick break. Hey, awesome. Well, first off, yeah, I'm pretty sure Calo is doing his own CC feed. That's awesome. I'm glad you came back from watching. So I'm assuming from 2019, because otherwise it's been a while. Because I didn't speak at Dev Up for a couple years because of other requirements. Yes, sir. Okay. Well, awesome. Well, I'm glad you found me out and you joined me up. I missed not being able to go to Dev Up. So sure enough, everyone, well, you saw Dev Up is in St. Louis.
run by several friends of mine down there, over there. Definitely. Plus, you like Lego. Love Lego. Sure enough, at the very least, Saturday evenings around 9 o'clock, I do, I do Bricks with Chad, which is another channel I run, where I build Lego. So like, for example, this past week, and I'll do pop-up streams also on that channel. That's unfortunately with my schedule, that's the only day I can schedule, because I also stream here 3 days a week. So like last Saturday, we were actually mocking up road plates, right? I had one up here. I took it downstairs last night, this morning. Basically actually designing, because I'm using mills, modular integrated landscape system, where you actually build up the roads, and I've been trying to figure out how to do an intersection a little bit differently than what I've seen done before, right? So I was working on that. This weekend, if I get all the parts, I have a couple things in order. If all those come in this week, then we might actually be building the road. But I should have some more time, and then we'll probably start on the police station. I've been holding off doing I've got several modules to build. I'm holding off because actually I want to change the tiles that come with it are dark bluish gray, and I want my for the sidewalks, and I want my sidewalks to be light bluish gray because my road is dark bluish gray. So awesome. Well, again, thank you so much, and again, thank you for that subscription. I really appreciate that. That is just awesome. Y'all, boy, tonight you all have been awesome. You really have. All right. So again, we've got this. Well, I was gonna say, although again, it's not a Lego channel, but I also ordered bricks yesterday for something else I'm gonna build. I will have 0 green sandy with cutout bricks. But enough money. I don't be buying those bricks. All right, so there, that describes that describes that one. I don't know. I might have to buy one brick just to say that I have one. I might actually go to next time I place an order, I might have to order one just to have one. And then like encase it by itself, right? Although it's definitely not the most expensive part, right? I mean, there are definitely other parts you can buy that are more expensive than that one part, but for what it is, it's a really expensive part. Yeah, exactly. A backlit. I'm actually going to do that. Not necessarily the glass case type thing, but I'm gonna order something. And like I said, next time I place an order for some other bricks, I'm gonna get one of those. Exactly. That's what then I'll go on Reddit like, hey, we need a short. The man is investing in sandy green, 1x2 with modify with cutout. Goodness. Yeah, after stream, I'm gonna Discord. I'm gonna tell the Lego folks, not the Lego folks, but one of the Discord channels that where it's a Lego Discord. I'm gonna tell what you all said. They're gonna get a crack out of it. I want to get the Batwing too. I really like that. At first I didn't like it, but then I saw someone hung it up, and I'm like, oh, now I like it. All right. Especially because I do have the Batmobile, the 1989 Batmobile, and which is just an awesome build. So have you seen the? I want to get the Saturn. I probably need to go ahead and get it. Yeah, the tumbler does look awesome. Yeah, have you seen this one? This is one of the nicer ones I've seen. And not, I mean, $90. That's not bad at all. You know? Especially because it's 1,200 pieces. Now, yeah, well, so I mean, so it's Volnado, right? You know, which, you know, I mean, but I was never gonna remember the name of them if I didn't look them up. I knew them on Amazon because Amazon what's recommended the Saturn V, or no, I was seeing if I could find the Saturn V on Amazon, and I found that. Now, the one thing that gets me, they say, and it depends on what you want, right? They do say good quality bricks, but I don't think these are actually Lego bricks, right? And that's part of the reason why the price is only $90, right? But you know what? Here's my thing. I'm not actually connecting this to Lego, right? All right, so I don't know if I'm worried that it's not actually Lego brick on that, right? As long as it connects fine to each other, to itself, right? Yeah, this Vornado, they're a pretty good company. They've got some interesting stuff. Let me see if they also, yeah, exactly, it's display, all right? Especially when I'm gonna pay $120 for the Saturn V, right? Let me see something. I want to see something real quick, and then we're gonna get back to the database. Actually, Star Wars. That's one to look up. Well, although I will. Star Wars. Here we go. Star Wars. I forget if they were the one. Yes. No, trust me. You didn't start anything, I wouldn't start anyways. I love this set. This to me is just so awesome looking because it's like one of my favorite scenes, probably from all the movies, right? Just that Star Destroyer sitting on top of Jedediah. So I just absolutely love this set. And again, $250. I mean, that's not for just shy of 5,100 bricks. All right. So actually I need to tell my wife, put this on my birthday wish list. All right, I was just curious because it's so funny. I was gonna say, yeah, they also do have like you can build the Battlestar Galactica at UCS scale, right? I mean, so that's not, I mean, you know, exactly. But yeah, my birthday is coming up. I haven't figured out exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do something stream wise. Does help that birthday's on a Friday this year. I can't go anywhere. I mean, originally we were 2 years ago. We were talking about, because it's also, well, not the same day, but the same year, in a month apart. Actually, 3 weeks apart, is our 25th anniversary, right? I turned 50 and it's our 25th anniversary. So originally, well, like 2 years ago, well, not even 2 years ago. So right before all this stuff went down, the whole pandemic, I was actually looking at a cruise. I forget exactly. I mean, March or April, whenever it was, that went to through the Panama Canal, which is one of my bucket list things. But where I was going with all that, I'm going to do something on stream, and think I'm gonna do something 24 hours wise. I'm just trying to figure out how exactly to make that work, because I have two different channels. All right. And that's where it gets kind of interesting. You know, do I do like half TaleLearnCode, half Bricks with Chad? Do I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna do that. Maybe restream it so that it's showing on both channels. I don't know. I'm gonna figure out something. Because it is funny on the Bricks with Chad channel, because it's still a newer channel. A lot of my followers are you all, right? Which would make sense. I would be also, you know, yeah, you know, Ryan, I actually need to make sure that I'm doing that. I should already be doing that. I need to actually fix up my host list. One of the things I've got on my list to do, but I needed a break from the Twitch API. I want to build like a host manager. So, you know, so sure enough, one of the things you could do, and this isn't really off topic, this is something we're going to do eventually on this channel here. But, you know, if we go to Twitch, and if you go to your host list, wherever it is, in here somewhere. Yeah, so I've got my, so you have a couple options, right? So, you know, you could do none. You could do yeah, or I can have like auto host list, right? A couple things you have to do, right? Oh wait, they changed this. Well, they fixed part of my problem. This was not here before. This host team channels. Include team channels in your host list. Awesome. Well, that fixes part of, well, there we go. Maybe I don't need to do anything. Well, there you go. That was okay. So that's one of my things. Before, you could either host your auto host list. Well, you could do yeah, you could host your auto host list, or you could do team members. All right. And I was like, well, I want to do both, right? I want to, you know, because I'm curious what I need to look at how this works, right? Because what I want, and that's what I need to make sure, is I want the auto host list to work by default. But if no one is that's on my list is streaming, then I wanted to go to the team members, right? Because I'm on the live coders team, right? So you know, I want to share that content. Here, that while I'm here though, see, and even my order, because I do have this in order, but I need to reorder this. It's been a while since I've ordered these. Like for example, I can already tell you, Mr. Dubois should be much higher in the list. I will say also their sorting is not the best. Oh, come on. There we go. CL Dubois should definitely be high up in the list. But as should Callow Creation. I'll fix that later. But let me go ahead. Harold Butcher should be on there, although he and I usually stream at the same time. Actually, these are people who are streaming right now. Bricks with Chad. And I mean, sure enough, this should be. Boy, the sorting in this thing is just absolutely horrendous. They really need to find a better JavaScript code to do this. But you know what they should do is probably rewrite this in Blazor, and I bet you it'd be a whole lot easier. I don't know. Whoops. Because there's no, well, Copalooza's probably should be first. Although it's not like Copalooza is going to be streaming, and Bricks with Chad is not streaming. But anyway, yeah, they this is. I mean, you saw how much effort it was to sort that, right? That's horrible. All right. But I am gonna have to look up before. Like I said, they did not have that. Maybe I don't. So maybe I don't need to build something to handle my hosting. But I want to look at some of the things it's doing. Because, like for example, there should be some things. Doesn't matter who I'm hosting at that point. It should switch over. I just noticed Callo Creation is actually on our channel right now. I shouldn't have said that out loud. Of course, he's lurking probably 40 different. He's not streaming right now, so he's probably lurking on 40 different channels. Anyway, where was I going with that? Oh, like for example, you know, I do need to look see like for, you know, like if Bricks with Chad starts streaming, right? I want that to override anyone else, right? You know, because it's my own channel, right? You know. All right, let's get back to writing some Gremlin here, because I want to at least finish this definition tonight. I was kind of hoping to get into start importing data. I don't think we're gonna get to that tonight. Let's see though. All right, so we've got theme, we've got set. Okay, now we're doing part. Oh, we might get to at least the very beginning of importing the data in. Schema, property, name, part, property, properties. All right, so now the name here, oh, this is the name, so name of the part. I just realized something I'm missing here. I should have name, you know what I'm missing here is property description. The theme, a theme in which Lego is sorted into. Yeah, I should have had these descriptions in here. And again, it doesn't matter the order I do these, but the other reason why I'm typing this into Notepad is I haven't even created a repository for this yet, but I want to put this into the repository. All right, so this is a set. Represents a Lego set. Again, these descriptions are just amazing. Property represents an individual Lego part. All right, now we're back to here. Property properties. Got my key for description. Yes, thank you. Well, Gribble would definitely tell me very nice, not so nicely that I forgot, but thank you, Jimmy, or JT Money. I appreciate that. Okay, property. Okay, so we got the name. Okay, what else do we have in here? We're gonna have oh, again, it doesn't actually matter. What does, because I'm gonna come back. Let's go ahead, before we do part, we want to do, because this has two different types in here. It's the category, user ID, schema, property, name, category, property, description. And then this will be represents a category of Lego parts. Again, when you're just documenting something so obvious, right? I mean, the documentation kind of gets a little bit silly almost, but I still think there's value in adding that in there, right? It's still Control A, Control X, Alt T. Oh. I got credit. I haven't even, like I said, I haven't even created the repository yet. McNurries. I kind of just started, we just kind of started working on it. All right, name of the, what am I doing? Name of the category. I really do like the fact I can give a property multiple values as long as I just do this. Now I will say when you query it, the way how the values get returned is a little bit weird, right? You have to deal with that. But especially like in the schema, this works perfectly fine because I've never did queries against it. I'm gonna do visual queries against it, right? All right, so we've got the name. We're gonna have not the category ID. We're gonna have, from there we just had those two, so we're gonna have rubricable ID, because again this is the identifier assigned to the category by rubricable. All right. And then I think that's all the properties I have here. I'm just going to verify origin database. That's part, yeah, that's just ID and name. I do love this part relationship, but I'm not going to deal with that. All right, so then, you know what? Probably make this a little bit easier. Although because I'm Notepad, I don't have my selection isn't all that great. All right, so that was category. The other thing we want is color. So color. Color. Okay, so this represents. Now here I'm gonna do this a little bit different. The community name, or oh no, never mind. Hold on. Represents a color used to produce Lego. I was actually getting ahead of myself. All right, so name is gonna be name of the color. Okay, name. Here's where this is gonna be community name of the color. I'll explain what this means by this. Not necessarily the Lego, the official Lego name for the color. One, this is why documentation is important, right? So, for example, you know, if you've been following along for a while, you saw I was showing, like I was looking at the 1x2 dark bluish gray bricks, right? Actually, Lego calls that I think they call it dark gray. That doesn't sound right either. They call it, I swear there's another word in there. They call it dark stone gray. I knew there was another word in there. So, what the community generally calls dark bluish gray, Lego calls it dark stone gray. I actually have no idea why the difference, right? You know, why does the community call it a different color? And this isn't the only color. This is one of the biggest examples of this, but I don't know why the community, right? So if you go to Bricksets, Bricklink, Rebrickable, you know, all these different places, listen to YouTubers, Twitch people talking about, you know, they all will call this, you know, dark bluish gray. But like I say, it's actually dark stone gray. I don't know. I need to actually know someone who would know that answer, who might know that answer. I'm going to ask him, and I'll report back. All right. There we go. Not necessarily the official Lego name for the color. Okay, then we're gonna have the Rebrickable ID because we're gonna have that. Then we're gonna have properties. We're gonna have RGB. The red, blue, green RGB color representation for the color. Property. And it is transparent. Translucent. I almost did it again. Translucent. Flag indicating whether the color is translucent. I will say this: I am really big on your Boolean field being named something like this is translucent. You know, has so and so. You know, even is not. I mean, although generally it should be in the positive. Again, it makes it so if I just had translucent, right, that actually works, right? But it's not as descriptive by adding these two other letters, is translucent. I don't need to know. I don't need this description to tell me what that flag means, right? I know right away what it means, right? Again, I find value in adding this documentation. But you know, when I can just read the name, you get that in there. Okay, so now I've added those. Now I can add part. Here's where I was working on part. Just checking something there. All right, so and then on part we're gonna have, okay, blah 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 blah. Okay, and then we're gonna say go back to our part in here. Part we have more oh yeah, no, we don't have that many things. We're gonna have, oops, oh, this is good. We're gonna have just a part number and a part catalog ID or category ID. So we're gonna say, okay, actually That is not the rubricable ID on the part. This is generally, I've actually seen a couple times when, well, I will say this. If you look at like the back of a Lego book, right? So like, for example, here's the book for Assembly Square, right? Boy, that book is so big it doesn't even fit in the frame. And if you look at the back of these books, it's got all the part listings, right? So so you can see all the parts that and how many of each. These part numbers are actually they're a different number than like what we list in here, because the part number actually also references the color. All right, so it's really a SKU, right, instead of a part number. But anyway, okay, so this will be the Lego part number or number for the part. But look, every once in a while I've noticed it'll be slightly different than what Lego calls it, but only on a couple odd parts that usually work out fine. And again, most everyone references what's in these databases as opposed to, yep, it is, thank you, as opposed to like say the Lego, the official Lego stuff. All right, so I was gonna have the category, that's what I'm thinking of. Then we have category ID. Nope. Category ID. And again, this will be identifier of the associated category for the part. And then properties. Category name. And again, you denormalize some of this data so you can, you don't have to do an extra search, because those extra searches are expensive, right? Name of the associated category for the part. Okay. Cool. So now I need to add one more thing in here. Well, more than just one more thing, but I'm just trying to remember how I did this before. Trying to remember how I documented my edges. I could have swore that I was docking my edges. I should be. Go to has label presentation. I don't think I could do that. Just give me the out edges. I can do that. Okay. And this is okay. Okay. Because okay, that's right. I was creating an edge with that. Okay, that's how I was doing it. Okay, I knew I was documenting these somehow. So we create the edges to document. So we'll go after, here we're creating that schema. So we're going to create these edges. So G add edge. And now, and this is why in my stuff I create my IDs. I knew I was creating IDs for a reason. So ID, not ID, property, ID. I think I would just do schema dash theme. All right. Property ID schema dash set. Oh, hey, Harold. I didn't notice you come in. Hey, welcome. Everyone, welcome to Harold's. How's work going on? I don't know. Are you still working on the face, or are you working on something else now? Let's see here. Properties. What am I thinking? Oh. What do I got here? Ah, and the wings, okay. Is this where I started work on category and then moved it? What was category supposed to have at? In a way, I read, still missing a backbone. Right? I didn't read the 4 comms. I was like, well, that's a shame if it doesn't have a backbone. Category. Just part category. Actually, that would make sense to call it part category, wouldn't it? Learn by banging my head in a brick wall, it seems. Well, see, your problem is you dependence on JavaScript, right? That's your problem. My saying, any day I won't write JavaScript is a good day. Pretty much doesn't matter what else I did. It couldn't have been too bad. Yeah, Pete, I agree with you completely. That's why I joke a lot about it, but But really, I love the fact that you think about Lego and you think about me. That's my marketing's working.
It's someone's lucky day. Thank you for the gifted subscription.
Code with Sean gifted a tier 1 sub to Harold Pulcher. They have given 21 gift subs in the channel.
Sean, thank you. There you go, Harold. Now you've got apparently 3 months in a row you've got a subscription somehow, one way or another. All right. What I was doing here? So this has got the name.
Welcome to TaleLearnCode. How was your stream?
Ooh, all right. Welcome, Raiders. Yeah, welcome.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Why are we not? That's not doing at all what I wanted to do. Hey there, my Danny. How's it going? Welcome. Thank you for joining. So, what were you working on tonight? Anything for joining? Mute that there. Wow, comedy, chess, software development, and Homecoming King 2010. Awesome. Well, thank you. Hope you had a good stream. You know, and here's what you were working on. So, sure enough, for everyone who's joining us, we're working on the very beginnings of a system to track Lego parts. Secret, yeah. Well, awesome. Well, congrats on the new job there. And sure enough,
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
well, thank you for that follow. So, sure enough, anything that I'm curious, anything that would interest are you doing it with New Relic? Are you doing anything that would interest a .NET crowd and or an Azure crowd? Because I'm always looking for speakers for Louisville.Azure and I mean Louisville.Azure, Louisville.net and Louisville Azure user groups. You know, so you know, if you are interested in speaking in one of those groups, let me know. I would love to get you in it sometime. But and also again, congrats on the job. That's awesome. So all right, so for those joining in, what we're working on, Lego Master, which at least the name is what I'm calling it now. Actually, I might just keep that name because it kind of makes sense for what we're doing. All right, awesome, I appreciate it. It sure, I would think it would be more, you know, considering New Relic, I would think it would be more on the Azure side. And it could even be how you know managing your Azure resources with using New Relic. And I mean, I'm saying that I'm gonna make sure I'm thinking. I mean, I've looked at New Relic before. And now I can't type New Relic. Yeah, this is okay. Yeah, this is definitely what I was thinking about. Oh, okay. Yeah, like the DevOps. That's what I was thinking of. I knew for something. I bet you there's something related in there. Here, let me click on this real quick. Oh, it's only 30 seconds. Of course, we gotta go through an ad. We gotta go through 2 ads. All right, I'll check that out later. I'm not gonna sit here while I have to wait for 2 ads to play through. Yes. No, you could definitely. Links are open on here. So, all right, you were asking. The Tech Workbench, how the groups work. So, so sure enough, so all my groups, and actually Code with Sean runs the .NET group in Louisville. I'm in Louisville. I run the .NET group in Louisville. He runs the .NET group in Tulsa. So sure enough, here, let me. You know what? I'm clicking this the long way. So sure enough, there's the link for Louisville.net. which here's that group showing up here. So like, for example, last week, excuse me, we had Anna Frumick talk about how the computer works, right? And this was like a back to basics talk, right? Back to basics, but really deep knowledge, right? Yeah, so that was a really good presentation last week. And sure enough, the way how we're doing them right now, we're doing it virtually. I don't know how long we're, at least till June. I can already tell you that much. I've already declared that at least through June we're going to be virtual. But even once we can go back in person, I've already I got to work out some logistics, because where we had meeting, the Wi-Fi is never going to be able to handle this. But we're going to be hybrid, right? We're going to keep on posting. So what we do is, so sure enough, like our next meeting, third Thursday of the month, right? So 7 p.m. Eastern time, we're going to have Christos. I never really know how to pronounce his name, Matskas. But he's going to come in and talk about identity for developers, right? Microsoft identity in particular, right? And so it's on Zoom, right? You see the, because I'm registered, so you see the link, the Zoom link. But it's also here on TaleLearnCode, right? I rebroadcast it here on TaleLearnCode. So we get that double broadcasting going on there, right? That way you have the option to either join us on Zoom or join us here on Twitch, right? Now, I will say the one benefit of joining us on Zoom, number one, if you have a question, you can ask it directly to the speaker, right? Although if you're here on Zoom, you can post questions on the Twitch channel, and then I forward those over to the speaker. But the other thing is after the presentation's done, we stop the Twitch presentation, but we continue staying online, and people just hang out, right? And hang out. That could be 30 minutes, that could be 3 hours. I think we've gone more than 3 hours, right? I mean, it's however long people want to hang out, right? That's a lot of fun, right? So sure enough, like I said, that I posted a link to Louisville.net, and there is the link to Louisville Azure. I will say I don't have anything scheduled for Louisville Azure right now. I need to get some things scheduled. I've been contacting a bunch of people on the Azure teams. The problem is I'm probably contacting people too high, and they're too busy. I need to work on getting some more Azure presentations scheduled. And that's the fourth Thursday of the month, all right? Again, at 7 p.m. Eastern. So, and then, sure enough, and I don't have, I probably should put his link in here too. I did not need to leave the website. If I go to, and you can see, I have several other groups that I am part of or run. But I was also going to point out, especially because he is one of my mods, and I think he's busy working, which is why he hasn't posted his link himself. But here is, Tulsa.net, right? So same concept. He does not stream his on Twitch, but it is, and they use instead of Zoom, they use WebEx. And like you can see, he doesn't have anything scheduled. Actually, I know this isn't true. I know for a fact, but I won't say what I know for a fact he has scheduled, because he doesn't have it listed here, and there could be a reason why he doesn't have that listed. I know he's got a pretty cool speaker coming up for February. Sean, are you there? Are you want to say who it is, or maybe? Okay, I wasn't sure if that wasn't for public knowledge yet. And for those who don't know who James Newton King is, you definitely have used his software, because he's Newton Soft, or Jason.net. I completely understand. But I also notice that you don't like. I'll as soon as I got a book, I'll book months in ahead, and I'll I'll put them on Meetup the moment I get them. Right? At least seems like you don't put them on there. All right, let me look at what Tech Workbench said. Koshan does get optional speakers. I would agree with that. But yeah, definitely, Tech Workbench, definitely come and join in. Yes, Harold, that you still owe me an email so that I can get it in there. Please send that to me so I can get that scheduled in there. What was I going to say? Yeah, Tech Workbench, you're talking about you're in Vancouver, right? Thank you. I appreciate that. That is one of the benefits. I mean, because with bad things, there are good things, right? And one of the benefits of this crazy pandemic is, not all, but a bunch of user groups have gone online, right? And it allows us to attend events we wouldn't normally attend, right? So, like for example, I mean, I've been attending the Tulsa events. I haven't been to everyone, like I missed last week because I kind of forgot about it, I guess. I don't know. I didn't get the notification, which was weird. Even though it was in my calendar, but my calendar didn't remind me of it. But like I've attended almost all of the, and I know there's been one or two others I couldn't attend because I had a conflict. Like I've been attending Tulsa. Again, like if you look at my meetup page, you see my next event is in Las Vegas, right? Actually, I don't know if Joe's still around here, but Joe rated us earlier, right? He's going to be doing a talk. Oh no, Joe and James King were speaking the same night. Wait, but this is might be bouncing back and forth. Yeah, that's 6 p.m. Pacific. Yeah. I might be bouncing back and forth. I might go to one and go to another, and I know for a fact Las Vegas does not hang out as long. Jay tries to get the group to hang out, but the group in Las Vegas, I mean, and that's fine, right? Different groups are handled different ways. All right, let me look at one other thing while I'm at it here. The relicants. This is what Moo Danny, My Danny. I'm not sure if it's Moo or My, but hack the planet with new relic. Awesome. There you go. I mean, here, this was posted a couple months ago. So a hackathon going on right now. So through February. Pretty darn cool. Like I said, I have not used New Relic, but I've definitely, I've seen them at not user groups, but I've seen them at conferences, and I've seen their products. It really has boiled down to, it has not made sense for where I've been so far, or there was no way they were going to use it because they don't spend money, right? One or the other, right? But like where I'm at right now, I could see us using, some of their, or looking at least at some of their products in the future as we grow. All right. You know what? I think we got completely distracted. We did. I was describing, shocker, I can't believe that I got distracted. So this project I'm working on, I apologize. Folks came in and then I got distracted because I started describing this project. So I do Lego, right? I mean, and there you go. You see the reminder there of my other channel. But and so like I buy sets, but I also build things either, I won't say that I created, right? Because I kind of procrastinated anyone. But definitely have modified, and and I'm but they're they're not official Lego sets, right? And so tracking all this Lego, right? That's what I'm trying to do, right? Because what I've seen, there are plenty of websites out there that do a good job of tracking your sets, right? So how many sets you have, which tells you like how many pieces you have. Although, like me, I mean, I'll tell you, in the last 5 weeks, not even 5 weeks, maybe 4 weeks. Yeah, I guess 5 weeks. Yeah, probably basically since the end of December. I've ordered probably 6,000 bricks, build things, right? Maybe even more than that. I have to look how much I've ordered. I need something like this to tell me how much I've ordered, right? And something I've done, right? And I mean, honestly, compared to some of the folks that I talk to on Discord, I don't order that much, right? I mean, some of these people, 6,000 is 4 or 5,000, 6,000 pieces. That's one order, right? Actually, I guess probably not. Well, yeah, I'm probably about 4,000, maybe 5,000 pieces I've ordered in the last 5 weeks or so. But I have ordered duplicates, right? Which is still get used, right? Not a problem. But it'd be nice if I had something that said, "Oh, you already have that part," right? So when I have a parts list, okay, here's all the things I need. I want to be able to feed that, and there is actually a standard format. It's XML, but there is a format, right? So I can get that, and then I can say, "Oh, look, you need to, here's what's needed for that to build that build, but you already have X number of these quantities, so here's all you actually need to order," right? So here's where you stored them, right? Because I can number my storage bins, and okay, here's where you stored it, right? Which bin was it in? I don't remember which bin I put it in, right? So sure enough, here we go. I like this. If we go back to Tulsa Group. Tulsa. Why is it not finding Tulsa? Oh, because I got to show all. There we go. It's right there. Now, if we go to Tulsa, we can see gRPC with James Newton King. So sure enough, James Newton King actually works for Microsoft now. And it's funny, he's not working on JSON. He's actually working on gRPC, which uses I believe uses JSON. Yeah, I've seen. So I have not seen that one. I've seen a Lego bot that wraps presents. That's right. I forgot that it's binary. It's been a little while since I've done anything with gRPC. I actually haven't done anything with gRPC, but I've definitely I've listened to. Oh my goodness, I cannot think of his name. Big guy down in Atlanta. Just did the Hello World movie. No, Bison is for Mongo. Do I push the code to GitHub? Yes. So all the code I work on here goes out to my GitHub. Now I will say, Sean Woodermuth. Thank you. I knew it was Sean, but I was drawing a blank of his last name. Yes, Sean Woodermuth. He's a big fan of gRPC. If it's not spelled right, it's pretty darn close. So back to Tech Workbench's question. Yes, I do push my code to GitHub. This, I have not even created a repository for this yet. I probably tomorrow I'll go ahead and create a repository, since now I actually do have some code here. It's just the very beginnings of code. Well, JT Money, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. You know, and again, subbing is never expected, right? And so, especially on live coding streams. So I really, really appreciate it. It's just so awesome. And again, y'all, I mean, I can't say enough about Code with Sean, who's done like 3,000 subscriptions. I wish. It's not done 3,000 subscriptions. Not enough though. Sure enough, Sean, if you want to do 3,000 subscriptions, I'll take it though. But I have a feeling that won't pass, you know, the wife acceptance factor, right? Or as you know, as your good friend says, you know, the one who must be obeyed. All right, what are we doing here? So we got the apparently, yeah, exactly. Well, I just popped the number in my head. I came up with 3,000, and I'm like, yeah, I should wish you gave me 3,000. Oh my goodness. But I don't think that's going to happen. Still gets me, you know, and I think it's awesome. But how you got, you know, game streams that, you know, I mean, these people make enough money streaming to, you know, that they stream. You know, that's their. Yeah, I think superior officer makes more sense. Yeah, I think I would refer to my wife as my superior officer, right? Superior in many different ways. All right, let's see here. Oh, it's right on midnight. So let's get this documentation written up here. Properties. Okay, properties. What the category? I thought we documented this thing, but apparently I didn't. Name. We got the name. Yeah, that's all that's in there. Oh, I think what I was doing, I wanted to go here. Property ID. This will be schema category. Property. You know, the funny thing is I started this, I said, here, let me go ahead and get these in before I forget them. But then we got distracted with a couple of different things. Property ID schema. Schema dash part. Okay, now we can add these edges. So we're going to say add edge. I don't normally develop in Notepad. There really is no editor for, so this, I'm writing Gremlin right now. There really is no editor for Gremlin. So, and I'm putting it in here because either tonight after I finish streaming or tomorrow. All right, Hector, you have an awesome evening. Thank you for coming along. I normally I could use VS Code. I don't know. You know, it's just because I use Notepad. I've been using Notepad for forever and a day, so I keep on using Notepad. Right? It's kind of the, you know, what you're used to. All right, so here I'm gonna go back to my diagram. We are okay. So set is of. And then we're going to say 2 G V, and then it's going to be theme. No, yeah, schema theme, because the ID. Basically, I'm going to add that relationship edge. The name of the relationship is going to be is of, and I'm going to add it to the results of this query, right? Which, because I'm given the ID, it goes directly to that. It's on this size database, it's the fastest way you can search it. If your database gets big enough, more than say 15 gigs, you really should add like a property, you know, your user ID, right? Which is my whatchamacallit, my partition key. Well, I wouldn't say so much development pain. There is no editor that understands Gremlin. So Gremlin, do I know how to use link with a many relationship? I mean, not very well. I'm definitely, I mean, I can do link, but it's not something I can tell you off the top of my head. All right. I mean, it's something I really have to think about link. You know, link, I know link, but like I said, it's not natural to me for some reason. All right, so we got those. That will add the edge itself, but I want to add some properties here. So number one, so let me look again. I want to look at something again, just see how I did it before. Verify something. There might be an extension, which would be nice because it Gremlin. I'll say this: well, I mean, Leaf there. I mean, what is it? I mean, we definitely. Number one, I know we got a couple folks on here who are much better at link than I am. I know that for a fact. I'm gonna look this back up again. Yeah, so not unless this essentials, which why would essentials have something that relates to Gremlin? Why does it even come up with Gremlin? That's kind of weird. What ORM do I use my business layer? You mean as far as my day-to-day work? I use Entity Framework and Dapper are the two that I'll use. Yeah, I was getting ready to. Okay, because you all are complaining. You notice I don't really worry about it. Because on top of it, there's no extension for Gremlin, right? Well, I will say one thing I don't like is that it puts all in one line. Yes, I use Dapper. Yeah, well, Dapper is .NET. I mean, well, you know, it is .NET. So Dapper's pretty darn cool. So here's Dapper, right? And this is not actually the official website for Dapper. I don't even know who runs this website, but that being said, you know, so Dapper was actually written, you know, king of micro ORM, right? It was actually written by Stack Overflow, right? You know, and that's how they do their SQL queries. They don't use any framework. They use Dapper, right? And you know, so it's super fast, it's super quick, you know. And yeah, I said the same thing 2 different ways. So I personally, I like Dapper over, as a general statement, I like Dapper. Use links are broken. I don't see a use link. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm clicking on here, unless I'm just not going to the right, you know, the link that you're not. I mean, so I'm not sure. Oh, look, they got a Blazor tutorial in here. So I would say, yeah, personally, I like Dapper over any framework, but I've never really been a big any framework fan. It's okay. Let me go back to the link that I shared. I think it was, yeah, this one. Well, I gotta admit, I don't see. Oh wait, left. No, I'm looking at the right one. I don't see a use. Well, like I said, I clicked a bunch of links and they work just fine. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure why. But of course, this isn't my website either, right? So I, you know, I can't speak to what works and doesn't work. All right. Alt Z, okay. Okay, there we go. Well, you're getting the links in general. Well, so it's interesting because, like I say, for me, I mean, you can see I'm clicking on stuff and I haven't hit anything yet that's not working. So I'm not sure. You know, Lethal, I really don't know. All right. Could be, yeah. I mean, like I say, could be browser related, you know, along with no problem. If I mean, like I said, I don't run that site, but if I'm gonna point you to a link, you know, I want it to work. All right. So here you go, everyone. We're now in Visual Code, which, like, I hardly ever go into Visual Code. Not that I never go into Visual Code. I hardly ever do. Like, I don't know how to make my font bigger. All right. So well, I was doing control mouse wheel. Actually, control mouse wheel scrolls it. Control plus plus. Yeah. No, well, oh goodness, that makes everything bigger. Oh well, I mean, I can see it just fine. Where was it? Here we're on this one. Okay, it's properties, not properties. For heaven's sakes, property. No, not the ID. Whoops. Yeah, I was so used to being a notepad though. Yeah. All right, so then we're gonna have description, relationship, between, what is this? This is a set, a Lego set, and a theme. Yeah, so there, yeah. I hate the fact there's two things in, that both are related to, or can be related to .NET, and they're, you know, just different spellings. That is right. I forgot about the. There, that's better for me. That works. Which I kind of knew that I wasn't thinking about, because I mean, like I said, I use Visual Studio, right? That's what I use all the time. All right, so. This should be property description. All right, so there, we've added that one. Now, then after part, G, add edge, this is going to be reduced in, and then to GV schema color, property description, defines the relationship between a part I realized I got a mistake there. My logic or my gremlin. I need to fix that. But art and color. This should be schema part. Did I do this one correctly? Nope. This is schema set. Okay. Just checking something here real quick. Oh, I closed it. All right. So there's that relationship. Now we're gonna have schema part dot add edge, and this is going to be I think it's an is of well, it is less functionality, right? Which is why it's faster, right? You know, it's so it is much easier to use. It's faster by a humongous margin. I don't have to have all the boilerplate code like I need, you know, like the whole oh, what's the word I'm thinking of? No, it cannot do migrations, which is a good thing. I hate migrations. Oh, what's the word I'm thinking of?
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, what is it? Chatty's being a little slow to show that up. Oh, that's why. Hey there, Mr. Kill, or Mr. I Kill. I kill you. I gotta admit, I'm surprised that Twitch let you add that name in. But hey, thank you for following. I appreciate that. So the word I was thinking, not scaffolding. Oh, this is gonna drive me crazy. Hey, C Films. I'm not sure if you left or you came back, or what is the word I'm thinking of? You got your what you reference. Should you learn C#? Well, you're asking someone who makes his whole living on C#. So yeah, I don't know. That's gonna take me a while to load that box up. I had to hard boot that thing. This is gonna drive me crazy. In the framework core. Now, that's why I'm gonna have to look up this word, because everyone's like, what in the world is he thinking of? Hold on. Context. DB context. That's what I was trying to think of. Why do Java developers wear glasses? Oh, because you can't see. As soon as I said that, I knew what it was. Yeah, because I can't see sharp. Yeah. So where we're going with it. So sure enough, in Dapper, I don't have any of this context stuff, right? I don't have to worry about this. Now, you could say, oh goodness gracious. Of course, McNury's had that picture lying around somewhere. Yeah, you could say, but that's a disadvantage, right? I can't do my code first. I can't create that. To me, I think that's one of the things that's that's I think it's one of the weaknesses of any framework is that it allows for code first, right? And the reason why I say that it's a weakness is that I've seen plenty of times where people are having database issues, and it's not the fault of Entity Framework, right? But because Entity Framework will just work with the model you build, right? If you don't build that model correctly, that you can get database problems in the background, right? And I've seen this happen, right? Now, sure enough, and I'm not saying anyone here is not a good developer, right? But I've also seen really good developers who understand how that database is supposed to work and understand how to tweak the way how any framework is going to generate things so that it generates it in a fast performance. But I generally see the other way around. I generally see where people just wrote a class, hey, bam, it compiled, it built my my entity, it built the database, so it's got to be good, right? And then and it works fine when they first deploy because there's not a whole lot of data. But a couple years later, when all of a sudden they have terabytes of data, and number one, they have terabytes of data. Maybe they shouldn't. Maybe they should only have gigabytes of data, right? So that's one of the reasons why I'm cautious about migrations and that type of stuff. So all right. So sure enough, back to C-Film's question, right? Again, should I learn C#? I mean, look, again, I'm biased, right? I work in C#. I could be wearing these kind of glasses right here. Yeah, but Tech Workbench, to your point, yeah, it is a lack of knowledge, right, and not knowing the technology. But the problem is that any framework is pretty complicated, right? I mean, you know, so I mean, when I say I see that, I've seen really knowledgeable developers who get themselves, you know, really caught up, all right? So, hold on a second. What is this guy's name? C#, Tim. Is it Tim Corey? Yeah, I am Tim Corey. So he actually had a good. Here we go. I thought that, now, grant you, this is very one-sided argument here, because I mean, you know, he made it quite clear what he likes, and like I said, I'm not against any framework, but if you ask me what I like better, right? You know, I like Dapper better, right? He was writing this up, and he said, you know, some criteria for using any framework, right? And he said this is what he uses when he goes to a customer, right? Does your team understand how to use any framework well? And that's the key word in that phrase. Does your team know how to diagnose issues with any framework code, right? Does your team know how to diagnose underperforming EF queries and fix them? And again, I'm not saying that people don't, right? Because I mean, you know, I have worked with some folks who were amazing at this kind of stuff, right? And really good friends with others who are amazing at this kind of stuff, right? Does your team understand the code the EF wrote for you well enough to know what it's doing? Does your team know how to protect EF credentials? This last one, it's like, well, okay, I think you're reaching at that last one, right? You know, so, you know, and his point here is there's a lot to understand in any framework and everything it does, right? Especially, I tell you what, if you ever go look at the source code of any framework, you quickly get lost, right? It's just a lot of stuff there, right? And then, you know, it's interesting, you know, he comes back here talking about Dapper, right? Does your team understand how to use Dapper well? You know, it's 4 lines of code, right? You know, there's very little to it, right? You know, to use Dapper, right? You know, does your team know how to diagnose issues with Dapper code? There is no Dapper generated code, right? You wrote all the code. Does your team know how to diagnose it's your queries, right? You know, so it's, you know, does your team understand, again, no generated code. So, you know, now again, right, first off, like I said, I'm not saying don't use any framework. That wasn't my statement, right? You know, but you know, if asked what I like better, I like Dapper, right? I like the simplicity. And let it be known, I just ran into Dapper earlier, you know, not too long ago. I was going to say earlier this year. It's part of New Year. I've known of Dapper, but I haven't used it until, you know, just a couple months ago. And before that, I told you I like ADO, right? To me, this takes what I've done with ADO a lot and does it better, right? You know, so it's actually faster than using plain ADO. Link to SQL is good. Actually, you can use Link to SQL with Dapper, so you know you can get some of that going there. All right, so see, folks, what do I think about F#? I think F# is functional programming in general. I think is very interesting. My only thing about F#, every time that I go listen to a presentation or watch a video, it seems like I see them, oh look, I could do this with F sharp and I could do that with F sharp, and I'm like, but that's not so important to me, right? I just it seems like they go out of their way, right? And that's my one thing about F sharp. But with that being said, functional programming is a very important concept, right? We're doing it more and more in C sharp, right? And to the point of people have complained that some of the new features you see in C sharp, and like, oh, you just got that from from F sharp or from other functional languages. And it's so funny because Maz Torgerson was like, yeah, exactly, that's exactly where that came from. And we he's like, I think that's a good concept, so we're going to put that in there. You talking about this link here? Yeah, the I am Corey link. I sure can. All right, so yes, I agree with Sean, right? Again, whether it's F sharp or just functional programming language concepts in general, yes, will improve your C sharp. I will say every time that while I have that negative reaction to F sharp, every time I do learn something from it every time, right? I will say with Tim Corey, he has a really good YouTube channel. Goodness gracious. The STLs for it. Let's see here. I think I missed another comment here. You can write in one style of code. Would you use and why? Also, can you code in any programming language? Well, can I code in any programming language? No, I don't know all the programming languages. Now, with that being said, as a general rule, I do believe in the statement that code is just syntax, right? So it's just figuring out. Generally, I could generally read most languages and at least understand what it's doing. Now, there's a difference between reading a language and writing a language, right? Yes, I've seen all the emails come up. Talking to Sean there. So like, for example, I was asked earlier, about link, how well do I know link? And I always tell you, I'm not very good at writing link. I can read link easily, right? I'm horrible about writing it, and it's just because it just, again, something in link just it's not natural to me. But again, I can read it just fine, right? Pretty much how, to this point, I can read French better than I can speak. Which of these two is more performance? Goodness gracious. That's why I don't ask those kind of questions. I gotta admit, talking about interview questions here, right? Back when I was doing a lot of interviews, because there was a time where I was interviewing a lot of people because we just had so many open positions. And, I literally was spending whole weeks, where that was the only thing I was doing, was interviewing folks, reading resumes, all around hiring. And there was someone who I turned down for valid reasons, and the contracting company that sent the person over was upset, and was like, oh, there was no way why you should have turned that person down, right? I was like, well, no, there were some very good reasons, and then they, and they were talking to the candidate more and more, and they found out one of the questions that I asked everybody, right? So it wasn't a unique question, which was, why is a man who come around? Which is, I mean, it's one of those Google interview questions, right? It's usually how I used it as a icebreaker, right? I would tell them right away, look, I'm not looking for an official answer, right? If you know some of the official answers, that's awesome, right? But I just, I want to see, how you're going to answer that question, right? And they got, this other contractor was like, why are you asking silly questions, right? But then I'm like, but asking, oddball, code questions, kind of like, and again, I'm not ranting on Sean there, but asking these oddball questions that are so, they're so deep in there, right? How is that any better, right? I mean, is that something that someone's actually going to use on a normal basis? No, right? And sure enough, if you're curious, I don't remember the actual reason why we didn't pick that candidate. There was something, but on top of it, and where the interview started to go bad, so sure enough, this candidate, she had worked for a company for a long time. Actually, I want to say in Oklahoma, but it doesn't really matter where it was. It was somewhere, and then went to go work at another company, and two very respectable companies, right? And was only there for like, I want to say 9 months, right? But very short. It was definitely less than a year. It was a short period. So of course I had to ask a question. Why did you leave the company so shortly after? And the answer, it was actually a really good answer I got for that. It was, I went to go work for this company. And the job turned out to not be what I expected it to be. Hey, that to me is a great answer, right? I mean, a great answer is that's a good reason to be looking for another job after such a short period. Actually, I believe I gave her credit for that, because I was like, hey, at least you didn't stick it out for like a couple of years, and so all right, well then why did you leave the company that you were at for 10 years? And her response is, well, I had a lot of algae problems, and so I wanted to move out to the desert, right? Because the other job was in Arizona. She's like, I want to move out in the desert, to help my allergies. And I'm like, well, this job requires you relocating to Louisville, Kentucky, which is the capital of the world for allergies, right? It's the absolute worst place for anyone with allergies in the world, right? I mean, and I mean, this isn't just someone who lives here saying this. This is, this is actually a fact. And her response is, "Oh, that won't be a problem." And I sat here like, wait, you quit a job that you were at for 10 years because of allergies. How can you tell me it's not going to be a problem, right? All right. Let's look at some. Which is good. You all are chatting, even though I'm chatting about something else, which is fine. But I think I saw. All right, yeah. Back to C Film's questions. Well, again, I mean, she was looking for a job, right? And I don't blame her, right? I don't care what medications you have, you're gonna have problems here. Allergies here, the pollen is just absolutely horrible here, right? But but that wasn't the reason why we turned it down, right? I mean, but it was. Here was the bad part, I mean, the whole situation. Like I said, this other company got all upset, and they pretty much demanded that we re-interview with someone on their team on the interview call, which actually got me really upset. Because I'm like, look, this is my position, right? This is on my team. I'm the one who's responsible for whoever I hire. Why am I having to have another company have to review how I interview people, right? I've interviewed all these other people and no one's had a complaint, right? And so I asked the question again. I was like, because look, I'm gonna bring this up again. I'm like, are you sure? And she again stuck with her, her guns of, no, it's gonna be a fine. Yeah, I'm not so sure, right? Good point. Put it up with 10 years, but I mean, also you put it up for so long and then you got away from it, which I'll tell you means you're gonna get it worse, right? I mean, every time I will say this, every time I leave there, like, so we cruise, right? Well, not right now because you can't cruise. We go on cruises, and so my allergies will clear up, right? Because I get away from all this, and when I come back, it's first couple of days it is really really bad, right? Now grant you, I wasn't gone that long, so I get acclimated again to my normal sense of always being stuffed up and all that kind of stuff. I see Phil's asking some good questions about like no, I don't think it's stupid. Do you think there's a stupid attitude in interviews? I see people talk all the time about for the soft skills. Okay, someone who has a fantastic communication skills and doesn't know a single line of code. No, you need to look for a mix of both, right? I think Capra, I think what you're seeing, and I don't completely disagree with you. Sometimes I've heard people put a little bit too much emphasis on soft skills, right? Obviously, the tech skills. If I'm hiring a developer, I need someone who can develop, right? So like I know, so I know I would, like in the interview, and I haven't done an interview in a while, so I know I would ask a couple of soft skill questions. Mostly, I'm looking for fit, right? That's my purpose of those, right? Because obviously, they could be it could be Mads Torgerson, knows, who wrote the language. Well, no, I mean, let me rephrase it. It could be Anders Halsberger wrote C#, right? But if he's not going to work with my team, then is it really worth it, right? Yeah, exactly. Looking for that mix. But I will say, yeah, you do know how to sell yourself to your, on the reverse side of it, right? But for a technical position, I mean, really, your question should be more in there. As far as what kind of algorithm questions do you have I asked? So then when I have to look at my I have to pull up my old interview cheat sheets to look at like some of my questions. But I gotta admit, even on my interview cheat sheets, I don't have a lot of canned questions, especially on the technical side, because I get into what I've done is get into the projects you worked on. And I usually start with like tell me the project you've been the most proud of, right? And then I'll so I which one, there's some soft skills side of that, but there's also some hard skills, because I want because then I'll ask you questions about that project, right? Because one, I want to see, did you actually know what was going on in that project, right? Because trust me, I've interviewed folks who I was really proud of this project, might have been a very prestigious project, but they did nothing on it, right? They maybe did, wrote a couple unit tests, or they didn't really understand what the project was even about, right? And so I dig deeper in there, and then I'll ask these questions whether junior, senior, mid-level, right? I'll tell you, well, how was it built, right? And again, not trying to get into NDA stuff, right? But in general, right? And sure enough, obviously the more junior, they're gonna be like, well, you know, I didn't design it, you know, and that's when I'll start asking you, well, tell me, you know, what did you like about how it was developed, right? You know, tell me about, you know, would you have done things differently? So all right, so even with an NDA project, right? I mean, you should be able to say something about it, right? You know, I mean, you know, because again, and like I say, I actually would tell everyone, don't give me NDA secrets about things, right? You know, but you should be able to say, well, you know, I did, you know, I mean, even you know, well, I built like Code with Sean. I know the stuff he works on is very NDA. He can't talk a lot about it, but he can at least tell you, well, you know, I'm building a system for, you know, financial systems. It's, you know, he can at least give me, you know, that, you know, maybe it's only a 30,000 foot view, but you know, you can at least say that, right? You know, and you're not breaking NDAs, all right? But you know, so I mean, you can still talk a little bit about it, and sure enough, the side questions here or the side projects, you know, I've also been, you know, when I've asked the question, tell me about the project you like working on the most, or you know, your most favorable project, however I word it, right? Because I don't necessarily always word it the same way. And I've been asked, side project or professional project? You tell me, what was the one you worked the most on, right? You know, because I'm okay with it if it's your side project. Really? I'm just noticing C Film's comment there. I have to question that. For Louisville, so Louisville has cleaned up its pollution, you know, which actually has helped the allergies. It's actually been part of the problem with the allergies. But I have a hard time believing that Louisville's not even in huh. Yeah, okay, this is coming from that report. Well, it's interesting. So is this 100 base, right? You know, the worst is 100 and down, or is like I say, but yeah, that would help, you know, filtering the air, but I mean, it still doesn't help you when you go outside though. I wonder if it's I mean, like I say, Louisville has done a lot of things to improve things. Huh. Well, number one, they're not that far apart, right? I mean, Connecticut's not that big of a state. Well, yeah, and I can see why they would, you know, the filter, because I mean, you know, it's just like when we have high pollen days, we tell you to, you know, if you suffer from it, stay inside, right? Let's see here. I missed some comments here. doing software for boilers for years and telling me about different types of boilers had no answer. Yeah, I mean, you know, you see stuff like that, and it happens, right? All right. It is getting late. Let's see if we can. See if I can try to wrap this little bit of documentation up here. This is going to, where were we going to here? Category, that's what it is. Category. That's, you know what? That's a horrible. I'm just gonna take these out for now. Just get this document in here for now. I need also a G dot schema part add edge, and this is going to be reduced in okay, so there we've got those parts. Yeah, let's see if this works, and then I think we're gonna wrap it at that, because I do have to get up tomorrow. I do have to work tomorrow. All right, so I'm gonna actually do not in that database. I almost did something really bad in that database. Although I can recreate it. I'm gonna do has user ID schema, so that returns what I want. Yeah. And then we're just going to drop this. Okay. And then I just have, for this point, I just have to run these all individually. Description, properties, properties, theme. Well, I'm not seeing it. Oh, it's right here. I am a night owl just in general. Even if I wasn't coding, I'd beat up. I'd be doing so, and I don't. Even if I'm just gonna sit here, you know, working on or just watching TV or what have you, I'm gonna be writing code. What? Oh, period. Missing there. What's the most difficult bug you had, and how did you approach it? Ooh, most difficult bug I've had. Hey, try and develop. Yep, here in the great old city of Louisville. Most difficult bug I've had. I can't think of a bug. wrong here. Hold on a second. TV add, okay, so schema set, add edge to, and then the property. Actually, I said I was going to get rid of those right now. Yeah, that was the problem. No, what is... Schema theme exists. Unsupported grooving language. I love that. Yeah. Because yes, Brimley uses oh, no dot. That's what it is. No, it is a dot. Hold on, what? V for vertex. Find that vertex. That's where the problem was. All right, so you're asking most difficult bug. I can't think of the most difficult bug. Nothing pops in my head. I will say one thing. I had now this is quite a while ago. This would have been like 1999, 2000, somewhere around that time. And I was building a... All right, Tech Workbench, thank you for joining. I was building a... it was an application to run robots that were doing peptide chemical research. And we had to be able to control the robot at sub-second levels in VB6. Right? I mean, this is well before, well, not well before, but this is before .NET. There we go. So now we've got that all generated. And I'm trying to communicate over serial ports, and again, at constant rates. All right, Sean. Yeah, I gotta hit the sack here pretty soon too. And there we go. So now we well, let's do as user ID schema. There we go. Now we can start seeing the schema. And again, the nice part here is I mean, I've got documentation in my database built up. I see a couple. I'm missing a couple of edges, which I'll add in later. So anyway, I had to get this talking to a robot over serial ports. I'm really dating myself. All right, Ryan, you have an awesome evening. Thank you for coming along. Thank you for gave gift subscription and everything else. I really appreciate it. And modding. And hold on, Nick. I'll come to your question. Let me finish this little story here. So what I did was I had to again I had to serial ports, sub-seconds, and all that kind of stuff. End up having to do pointers, which technically are not supported in VB6. But there was actually a side way to get in. And of course, this is before you can just go search for documentation on the whatchamacallit, on the Microsoft Docs and everything. So that was an interesting situation of trying to figure out how to get that to work, knowing at any point that because the documentation I could find told you they could get rid of it anytime they wanted to, wasn't guaranteed to be supported, and so forth. All right, so Nick Kahn asks, would you recommend Xamarin over something like Flutter or React Native? Pros, cons. So first off, I mean the first question back is, are you a C# developer or are you a JavaScript developer, right? And if you're a JavaScript developer, then something like Flutter or React is going to make more sense, right? Examiner was written to use .NET, with iOS and Android development. So so I mean that'd be the first point I would point you to, because I mean there's definitely a use the right tool for the right situation, right? With that being said, I like Xamarin. You can do some really nice stuff with it. With some effort, you can get to that single. It's not really a single code base, but I can at least use the same backend code, right? So I'm using my same packages and everything. So some really nice stuff with that I can do because of that. Now, with that being said, the one thing I would tell you is, if you're looking at Xamarin, depending on your timeline, if your timeline is really something that you're looking to deploy like next year, I would start looking at Maui, right? Which is and I don't mean Maui, Hawaii, right? I mean the come on, give me the name of it. Yeah, here we go. The multi-platform app UI. All right. This is going to be part of .NET 6. This article might be a little bit outdated, but I will at least point you to this article here. So Maui is awesome. So I'm not a front-end person, but when Microsoft previewed this to Microsoft MVPs, so every year we have the MVP summit. Like this year's MVP summit's in March, and it's Microsoft way to bring it, pre-pandemic, bring in all the MVPs all over the world and talk about this kind of stuff. When they talked about Maui, I was just absolutely amazed, right? And again, I'm not a front end person. I don't do front ends. I architect around them, but I don't develop them. And I was just so impressed with what they're doing here, right? And this is really building on that dream that Miguel de Acaso came up with, so long ago with with Mono and then eventually Xamarin. So take a look at this, because Xamarin is basically folding into Maui, right? The Xamarin namespace is actually going away. It's going to actually, it's not going to be, namespace is not going to be called Maui, I don't think. Why do they choose Xamarin XAML over WPF XAML? Because the Xamarin XAML, now, and again, I'm not a XAML expert, but my understanding is because the Xamarin version of XAML works in iOS and Android. It's already proven to be portable, whereas the WPF was built for Windows, right, specifically. But the Xamarin XAML, with I actually can build a Windows application using that, right? So that's why, right? I know, and I actually applaud this effort. For a while they were trying to merge those two.
Your Tier 1 subscription is appreciated.
They try and develop. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Yeah, for a while, they were trying to merge the two versions of XAML, and it just didn't work. There was just so much difference, right? Hence why, Icky Black Deep, is upset, right? Because it's not the. I'm assuming it's not the XAML that they've come to know, right? I have to admit, I don't know enough about XAML to know the differences between these, between the two, but I know there is a difference. So yeah, so like I say, Maui's gonna be pretty darn cool. It's I don't think they met this. So yeah, I working with a native camera. Have you? What is that thing that Montiago? Not Monte. I horribly mispronounced his name. There is a Xamarin James Montiago Essentials. Have you looked at Xamarin Essentials? Is that not? Yeah, GA is going to be November 21. All right. No, I was on the roadmap. They say preview 1 late 2020, unless I don't see any links to it. I'll tell you this. They have. I would expect to hear something at the Ignite coming up. Yeah. Have you looked at Xamarin Essentials? Because I thought that's one of the things that Xamarin Essentials was supposed to handle, right? Was stuff like that to make that a whole lot easier. Now, like I say, yeah, because like there is the camera in here somewhere. I thought I just saw. Maybe there's not the camera in here. Well, there's not a maybe it's still a hard thing to do because I don't see camera in here. I see like everything else in here. I could have swore I heard him talk about the camera before.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Dude, chicken and plates. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for following. Thank you for joining the group. Well, it's interesting because on that documentation they don't list camera, but then like when I look
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
And Canna Care Bear, thank you for following. Yeah, it's interesting, but like, I look here. There's a permissions camera. So there's got to be something about cameras in there. So I'm not sure, right? Again, I architect the stuff. I don't build it, right? As far as when it comes to the mobile stuff. I mainly use React Native. There are just some trade-offs with. Well, yeah, there's gonna be trade-offs with anything you pick. I haven't used .NET Framework, but really like okay. Yeah. So, all right. So, just to be clear, right? So there's a little bit of confusion, right? There is. I'm gonna sneeze here. No. So there's. Am I typing? There's .NET Framework, which was the original, and then there was .NET Core, right? And then there is a little bit of confusion because now there's .NET, and to make this a little bit confusing, the .NET Framework was first. .NET Core came out, but there still was some development happening on .NET Framework, right? But .NET is .NET. Now, what gets a little bit confusing is under the .NET umbrella, you have Entity Framework, you have Core, right? And you have And also to even, to add to the confusion, there's ASP.NET Core. All right. So the core name is still around in some sense, right? But these, all three of these are all .NET 5 and above. So, and I only bring it up because, looking at Nick Khan's, comment there. So, .NET Framework 4.7 or 4.8.2 and below is the old framework. You shouldn't be doing any new development in that framework, right? .NET came from .NET Core, but there are some important differences that got started with .NET 5 and finishes with .NET 6, right? Some of the things they were trying to target for .NET 5, they backed off because of COVID, right? So, okay, so it just pulls up your existing camera API. Yeah, like I said, Lethal, I'm not sure. Again, I've only done some, Hello World things in Xamarin, right? So again, I know the architecture, like I knew there was Xamarin Essentials, right? But I couldn't speak anything more about it. All right, folks, I tell you what, I think it's time for us to hold on. Use 3.1.5. Okay, yeah. So you've used, so 3.1 is .NET Core, 3.5.0 is .NET. Was the but you notice I'm getting distracted and talking some more stuff. So yes, okay. So Maui was supposed to be part of .NET 5 when Maui was, well, here's the deal. When .NET Core 5, because I think it was even before they gave the name, with their plans for .NET 5, right? When they announced that at Build 2019. What they announced 2019. I was making sure I get my years right. They ended up splitting that between .NET 5 and .NET 6. And the biggest piece was Maui, right? Which is the work on Xamarin. So there was some work done on Xamarin for .NET 5. There's actually some, if I remember right, there's some really important performance improvements and such in there. To include just because of what .NET 5 did performance-wise. But the Maui concept was originally supposed to be in .NET 5, but basically got broken out to .NET 6, and I think that was a smart decision. I think they could have gotten some things out there, but I think what we'll have seen is things that weren't all the way done, and really all we got was a lot of complaints, I think. But I'm not Microsoft, right? We as in the Microsoft community. All right, folks. Sure enough, it is past my bedtime. Although here's my thing. I can't just stop streaming and go to sleep, which is part of the reason why I need to stop streaming, right? Let's take a look and see who is streaming right now. Yeah, Nick Cotton. Well, thank you for that. I really do appreciate the bringing up the can't have a stream if people don't ask some good questions. All right, so there's not much, but I really do believe in rating. So we're gonna go to VexVX, who is working on Cyberpunk game development. So again, hope you thank you for joining along. I really do appreciate it. It's been actually even with all the questions, we still got some good work done on this database that I'm trying to build out. I will be back Wednesday night, TaleLearnCode, doing some more of this. And there is a chance that Bricks with Chad will be streaming tomorrow night. Not guaranteed. We'll have to see how my day goes. I do have code a little bit tomorrow, so I might be worn out from that, but we'll see. There's a good chance of that. And C Films, good luck on getting your variables to work. All right, everyone. Definitely say hi over to Vex.